Alright.
Just tell me what I can do.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Nothing good is born from lies. And greatness is not what you think.
Welcome to the Hall of Heroes.
This is going to be very epic. Hello. Alright, DC Fandome, yay! There's gonna be new reveals and stuff. Suicide Squad 2, next Batman movie, and Wonder Woman 84 trailers are coming out today. So, yay! This is very epic. And now very epic. Alright, 1 minute. It's starting. How's it look for you guys? Alright, it looks pretty good. Sounds like Star Wars music. Oh, hi Mason. Starting. It sounds exactly like Star Wars music. Yes. Woo. Fandome time. This is epic.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to DC Fandome. I'm Aisha Tyler, and I am streaming to you from the Hall of Heroes. Let's call this place Superhero Central, or maybe the DC Broadcast Studio. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before, guys. I mean, how cool is this place? I'm actually standing inside a stage that Jim Lee himself drew. How incredibly cool is that? I am beyond excited to be sharing this moment with you guys. This worldwide mega event is for DC fans across the globe, and we've got exclusive footage, insider info, the latest DC news, and huge announcements from WB Games, film, TV, and comics.
Warner Bros. Games,
and you get to enjoy it from the comfort of your own home, you lucky dog.
They do
now,
Lego games.
To help launch this global event, here are my co-hosts from all around the world.
No, I'm a Marvel person, but this is still cool.
Hola, hola. Eu sou a Aline Diniz.
Magandang araw mga kaibigan, ako po si Gino Killamore. I'm so excited to be here today.
Hola amigos, I'm Damian Moya. It's great to be here.
Hola, fans de DC. Yo soy Karen Cami y estoy feliz de estar con ustedes en este evento.
Hi, it's Clara.
Hallo zusammen, ich freue mich so sehr dabei zu sein. My name is Dominic.
Hi there, I'm Sam and I'm so excited to be here.
Hi there, I'm
Sam. Konnichiwa. Ringo desu.
Hi, I'm Tyrone Edwards and I am excited to be here. Let's have some fun.
Ciao, sono
This is
Andrea.
just the same thing.
G'day everyone, I'm Jaden and I'm super pumped.
Hey, how you doing? Bonjour, moi c'est Terry.
Hey.
We are going to be bringing you guys closer to your favorite superheroes, their creators, and the stars behind them. Plus, big announcements, guys. I'm talking huge reveals. So, are you guys ready?
No.
Let's get this thing started.
Joker. Stargirl. Ooh, Batman. Wonder Woman. The Floosh. That one. Oh wait, it's Watchmen. Aquaman looks so silly. Go free. Catwoman will go free. Are you going to watch this? I just started watching it. Oh, it's the Grodd. Ooh, Injustice. Aquaman, that movie looks so silly. What? Why doesn't think that Catwoman and Batman should be a thing? That seems weird. Copyright. We'll be streaming it, so I don't think so. Or if I do, it's not monetized, so it doesn't super matter.
Wow. Now I'm even more excited to kick off this epic event. This looks so awesome. Okay, just 8 months ago, Warner Brothers traveled to Sao Paulo for CCXP Brazil, where they debuted the first trailer for Wonder Woman 1984. Well, now we are back with Erico and Aline for more thrills surrounding one of the most anticipated movie releases of the year. Erico and Aline, bom dia!
Thank you, Aisha. I am Érico Borgo.
Oi, everyone. I am Aline Diniz, and we're going to have a maravilhoso time today. So, of course, we have to catch up with the amazing talent behind Wonder Woman 1984. So, let's not wait another minute. Here she is, director Patty Jenkins.
Ooh.
Hi! So happy
Hi, Patty. How are you?
What an incredible way to engage with the fans. We had such a good time in Brazil. We had so much fun that we're super excited to be back together in a new and interesting way, but super happy to be here.
Of course, you've brought more people with you and some faces we did not get to see in Brazil, right, Patty?
That's right. I can't wait to have them here.
The one and only Steve Trevor, Mr. Chris Pine.
Oh, Chris Pine's here. That's cool.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So great to have you, and we wouldn't want to do this without Wonder Woman's new nemesis. So let's welcome Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Patty. Hi, Chris.
But this film has not one, but two villains. So let's bring in the Max Lord, Pedro Pascal, please. Come on in.
Hola. Nice to be here. Hi, everybody.
And of course, it's time now for us to welcome Wonder Woman herself, Gal Gadot.
Woo! Oh my God, guys, I miss you so much. This is so crazy. This is how
it's
cool.
long.
We miss you.
Great to see you again.
My Wonder Woman mates.
I just invented this in the moment. I just
That's great.
It's like my own. Wait.
We'd love to hear questions from the fans and interact with the fans, and we're excited to hear from everybody today.
Well, it's been 8 months since we met in Brazil, and we know how long that is in fan time. So We're waiting for a DC superhero movie to come out, especially one with this character who is so beloved all around the world, right, Patty, Gal?
I really think the movie is it's so great on the big screen. We all worked so hard to bring something that would be a big, visual, spectacular, great time. So we're going to stick it out. We believe in, putting it in the cinema, but I can't wait for you all to see more today. We're going to show a little more, and I can't wait for the movie to come out soon.
Totally. And at least we're also, as much as we want to share the movie with the world, at least we figure out creative ways to communicate with our beloved, most amazing fans. And this is a great opportunity for us to say hello and to thank them and to share something from the movie.
We received so many fan questions. I wish you could get to all of them, but there just isn't time enough in these short 24 hours. So let's start with a video question from Adam in Malaysia. Let's take a look.
Hi DC Fandom, I'm Adam from Malaysia and I'm a huge Wonder Woman fan. So my question is, since we're transitioning from World War I to the 1980s, what kind of inspirations that you took to create new and updated costumes for the characters? I hope everybody's having a blast and I can't wait till we see the movie. Bye!
Aww.
So sweet.
It's a great question because when we did the last movie in 1917, 1918, it was an interesting process where you both have to kind of acclimate yourself to the period and make it very normal to yourself and then make things look the way you want them to look within that context. So Diana always has great taste and always looks elegant. Gal and I had an amazing time finding the most elegant but really grounded things. And Kristen and I had such a great time going back in our memory, remembering what a character like that would dress like, and like the details of it.
Yeah, Lindy Hemming is kind of a genius, really.
She is a
And
genius.
the way that she started to show me, in my experience, these horrifying power suits from the 1980s, and the way that she ended up, I was like, there's just no way I'm gonna look like a fool, like in this 80s stuff. And she was able to make something so sort of animated and specific and feel and be completely stylish and feel like $1 million and serve the purpose of what it was. I was in awe of all of her image boards and how she collaborated. It was really incredible.
But let's go to our next question, which is a video question from Kiara in Japan.
Hi, my name is Kiara from Tokyo, Japan. I love you so much, Gal. What was it like working all together, and do you have any funny stories behind the scenes? Thanks for answering my questions. I love you guys so much.
Oh my God, Kiara! I love your vibe and your energy and the jumping. It was so full of energy. We had an amazing time working together, and there's something so. Well,
oh yeah.
Heather is like the drama queen. No, I'm just kidding. But we had such an amazing time, and we got lucky that we all have such great chemistry, and we all adore and love each other.
That was my favorite thing about the shoot was you guys were so delightful to me on set, and then everybody became super great friends. And I would have to stay and work, and you guys would be off there having a good time, and I'm trying to pay attention to the camera, and I'm like, hey, guys. Hey, you guys coming back with music videos and everybody's laughing so hard. I mean, that was the most unusual thing to me, to feel like I'm making a film in the middle of like the funniest environment.
Yeah, all the cool kids were going off to the mall and you had to stay after school.
I had to stay after school watching longingly. It was so funny.
Our next question, I just can't believe it, but we have a massive DC fan here. I think maybe some of you may recognize. Take it away, Venus.
Hi, it's Venus from Miami, so I'm a huge fan.
Who's Venus?
I have a question. So who would win in a tennis match between Wonder Woman and Cheetah? And do you think
What?
they'll ever be able to put away their differences?
Oh wait, that's
and
Venus
team
Williams,
up for
like
doubles?
the tennis
I think
player.
both of you would overcome
That's
your
why she's
differences
doing
to
this.
play
He is
doubles
streaming
against
this.
her. You guys against each other?
I think Cheetah would win.
Really?
Meow.
Because Wonder Woman would have she'd have a gold tennis racket to go with everything, and it would just be too heavy. And I'm fast, and I just think I would win.
Very subjective. That's your
the
perspective,
heck?
and it's okay. I disagree with you on this one, but let's agree to disagree.
Well, then I'll
What
see
is
you on
this?
the
I'm
on
so
the court.
confused. Someone help me understand.
Okay, so now we're going to Poland with Mina, who has a question for Pedro. Does Pedro Pascal know how much he is loved and appreciated by his fans?
Oh.
Yeah.
The planet? What do you mean the planet?
Do I know it? I love it, and I appreciate it, and it holds me up through the tough times like these. And I don't know. I'm just so grateful that question exists. Basically.
Next up is a question from Salma in the US for Chris.
Hi, Chris. I'm so happy and so excited for your return to Wonder Woman 1984. My question to you is, how does it feel to be the fish out of water in the 80s from your return, now having Diana Prince guide you around?
Yeah, that interest and curiosity. I would
2
say
days
it was
it's
kind
been
of like
out for the-
it was a good lesson for me as a human being
Guys
to
one,
remind myself
and
to
3,000
open up and not
supporters
be
already.
so cool, not be so over everything. And and my job again is to be in love with Gal, which is not a hard gig, and try to make her giggle, which is always fun.
He does so much more than that, but I like that you always sum it up that way.
Now we have a video questions for everyone from Erin Lynch in the US.
Hi, my name is Erin, and I just wanted to know what was your most memorable moment on set. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah.
We love you back.
Bro, there's
I know
so
what
many
mine
weird
is.
fans.
When Gal and I were fighting. Well, I mean, the characters were fighting.
Yeah.
And we were practicing this stunt, and we got it down, and it was great, and it was going really well. And she grabbed my hair, I think, and wig just came.
You grab it. It got stuck in my gun.
Oh, it got stuck in your thing, and I don't know if we were tired or also it was just we laughed so hard.
Mine was in Washington. I mean, the fact that we'd shut down all of Pennsylvania Avenue to make this huge film. The little 8-year-old kid in you is can't believe that you're doing what you're doing and that you get the privilege of doing it. I don't know. It feels like a dream in some kind of way. Like you're stepping into the fantasy of playing make-believe on this scale in all the films that you ever wanted to be in as a kid. So
well, we'll probably figure it out when we watch the movie.
Can I change my answer?
And it only takes
That was
place
so
50
beautiful.
years. I don't know how it works.
We've got one last question from a very special guest.
Which one I got?
Oh my God!
Wait, who is it?
You look so beautiful.
Who is that?
Oh my God!
Can someone explain to me who that is?
Linda, look at you.
Linda, everybody, Linda Carter, the reason that we're all
Linda
here.
Carter.
Hello, Chris. Hello, Patty. Hello, Gal. Hello,
Mama Bear.
Chris.
I don't know,
Pedro.
like
Oh my God,
a
Gal.
1+.
Hello, you beautiful woman.
Hi, Linda.
What? This is so weird with the
A
ring.
delightful surprise to have you here.
Thank
This is
you.
so great.
I'm so glad. We think about you every day, Linda, and we talk
That was a
about you
good guess,
all
yeah.
the time. So this would not be a Wonder Woman panel, truly, if we didn't see your face. So it's so good to see you. So good to have you.
I'm so excited. I've never met you. I've watched your show when I was younger.
Oh,
I had Wonder Woman
she was the
Underoos,
original
and
Linda.
I'm
like,
so I'm
original
so
Wonder
excited to
Woman.
meet you.
Kristen,
Yes.
I was also Wonder Woman for Halloween when I was a little girl.
This is
I mean,
cringy,
I'm like
I know,
so
right?
excited to meet you.
Listen, I think
It's a
you're so
bunch of
great.
adults.
So we have a mutual
Cringy, right.
admiration. And anytime when I meet you, will you do me a favor? Will you just throw your arms around me?
Yes, I
What
would
the
wish I could right now.
I'm beyond excited.
Someone help, what is
I'm
this?
beyond excited. You know that I have been a fan from day one of Patty's when she was first attached to this film. When my daughter saw Gal as Wonder Woman, she said, "Mom, I finally get it. I finally understand why everyone idolizes you. I finally get what Wonder Woman means."
I just want Batman. Yeah,
to
that's what I
everyone.
want. No, I want a Wonder
You
Woman
know?
trailer. I
And
don't want
that's
this
my
question
daughter.
stuff.
That's my flesh and blood. So thank you, Gal. Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, I want the new
That's such a
Batman
great
trailer.
story. Thank you, Linda. That's such a
And
great
also I want
story.
Suicide
And
Squad
like the
too.
first time I ever called you, Linda, I said to you, I want you to know we're not here to reinvent Wonder Woman, and we're not here to do a new chapter of Wonder Woman. We just hope to take the torch and pass it forward. And so that means the world to me, because I was that person who was
I'm
so
just gonna go
moved
through my
by you
Discord.
and your performance and the show, the beautiful show that you guys did. So being able to know that somebody as important as your daughter acknowledged that we could be having that effect on her is like a huge compliment.
You are a true life Wonder Woman, and I can't be more grateful to have your guidance and to be able to call you Mama Bear. And knowing
All
your
right.
children now, thank you for everything that you've done personally for me, and I'm sure to the world. And this thing is whole because you're here.
Oh,
love you, Linda.
We love you, Linda.
So,
Yeah.
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 Whoop, whoop.
We also had some submissions from fans that sent us
Right.
pictures of their cosplays and fan art.
Oh my God.
I love that one.
Yes.
Not to be
Like
named the
having
person
Linda
that
here,
looks
it's like the classic.
she
Like
would
who
do
doesn't
my
love
hair.
this?
Yeah.
The star
What the ring?
pants, they're so cool.
Gorgeous.
Super
Radical.
sexy.
Rocking it.
I know, she looks amazing.
I love that.
Yes, I like that one. Let's
do
go,
that.
boys. This is the
I
one
love
that we
when I
want.
see people like a man or different people do Wonder Woman, because it really does go to the core of like we are all Wonder Woman, and that armor can mean something different on all these different
Oh,
people,
Skylar.
and that's a great Wonder Woman costume. I love it.
I love
He's
the
rocking it.
armband.
Yes.
Look at this
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, that one actually looks kind
This
of
is
cool.
from the first one.
Yeah,
Okay, I like
the
that one. That one
recreation
actually looks
on the
really cool.
beach and everything.
I thought that
Like,
was your stunt double.
caught the spirit. Like beautiful work, beautiful detail.
Oh, look at that shield. Oh my god.
That's really
amazing.
cool looking.
Wow.
Okay.
It looks exactly
Alright,
like
I
the
know.
original
Oh, another
one.
funny one.
Oh,
It's like the Norman Rockwell of
Don't
Wonder
freak.
Woman things, and so perfect because it's exactly why we're all here. It's like
look at the shoes she's wearing.
I know, so
That's always
The
what
red
makes me
heels.
emotional about this character, that like, you know, we were talking numerous times about the fact that, you know,
Oh, hello,
we've
everybody.
seen so many male superheroes, but we haven't seen
if I
enough
know, you
female
guys can unmute,
superheroes.
'cause
And for
we're
girls, for
watching
little girls,
the
once they see it, they believe
wait,
it.
actually,
you know? So for little girls
I'll
to be
go
exposed
into
to
the
this type of movies,
the video
whether
making
it's Wonder
chat,
Woman or any
and
other
I'll bring people in
movie,
here that I know I
in
can
this genre
trust.
is so important, because then, you know, it's so empowering.
Hello, Dal.
I love this piece of art.
Oh.
Hey, Lala.
this is such a gorgeous graphic one.
Yeah, I
And
think
hi,
I
Dr.
posted this one.
You guys can unmute.
Yeah, I love the beautiful, you know, like
Hey, I'm
a
Mod. Yes,
different
Apple,
culture
you're
being
Mod.
brought to a hero, because it is so universal. And so I love
Are
seeing
you
different
watching
people
the
take it on
DC
and turn it, you know, bring it into
Fandome?
something so personal to them. It's just beautiful art
No,
too.
what is that? I don't know
I
what
love
that
the
is. I'm like,
bracelets.
Yeah.
I see everybody watching it right now, though.
Yeah.
I thought this was such a
We're
great
watching it
one.
on stream.
because
It's really fun.
I just love the spirit of, you know, maybe this is Nubia, you
Wait,
know,
what are we doing
and I
again?
love that it's the different
we're
Wonder
watching
Woman
the DC
characters, and it's a
Fandome
beautiful piece
on
of work,
stream.
and yeah, beautiful art.
I just need
Before
people
we
to
wrap
talk
up,
to.
Patty, before we say goodbye, I know, and more importantly, the fans here know that you wouldn't have come to the DC Fandome
basically.
without
Yeah,
a little
it's literally
something
DC
extra
Comic
for
Con, but
them,
it
right?
looks cooler.
That's right, guys. We are so excited to get to be here and see everybody and get to talk to everybody and answer questions for everybody. But it wouldn't quite be a good fan event if we didn't share a little something back.
Trailer.
So we have our second official trailer to show
Trailer,
you
let's
guys
go, boys.
right
This
now.
is what I wanted.
This world is not yet ready for all that you will do. Your time will come, Diana. And everything will be different.
Okay, she did that on lightning. I guess she does this now.
Citizens of the world.
Oh, this is the one from the Lego set.
I'm here to change your life. Anything you want. Anything you dream of, you can have it. You look like you saw a ghost. Diana, look at you. It's like not one day has passed.
I don't want to be like anyone. I want to be an apex predator. You've always had everything, while people like me have had nothing. Well, now it's my turn. Get used to it.
I've never been one for rules. The answer is always more. The way I fly, they will never find us.
I forgot to tell you.
What?
Radar.
Will they shoot at us?
What the heck? She actually turned into a cheetah.
What did you do?
What the frig? What the frig? It's a furry. It's so furry.
You know, I'm not so keen on this one. I figure you are, but you know what? I'm ready to go.
I think we can do better.
Parachute pants?
Yeah.
Does everybody parachute now?
Hey, Doc.
That was great.
That was
amazing.
kind of
right?
cool.
Patty, for this.
Oh no, it's cats.
Okay, and that, I think you have, as they say, dropped the mic.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here with everybody. You guys, I miss you so much.
Patty, Gal, Chris, Kristen, Pedro, thank you so much for stepping into the DC Fandom with us today. Thank you. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Guten Tag, meine Freunde. I'm Dominic Porschen, your German host. Now, before we reveal our next huge announcement from WB Games, can we talk about what we just saw from Wonder Woman 1984?
They make the Lego games.
Are you kidding me? I thought I was excited before, but now I literally cannot wait for this film to hit the big screen. I'm so excited to be hanging out with all of you today here in the DC Fandome. I'm a huge fanboy myself, and together we are the reason comic books are published. We are the reason superhero movies and TV shows are made. So today, it's all about us, the fans.
Yeah,
in fact,
everything's
to
all about
celebrate
us
you
all
and your
the time.
fandom, we are
Woo!
highlighting your art
Cheers.
submissions and creative cosplay. Take a look at this art from some incredibly talented fans.
Football guys, epic. Yeah. I thought that was the video, and I was like, why is it making duck noises? Getting point in the area of the apple. This is I kind of like this. This is kind of fun.
I am going to do as many jumps as I can do in a minute.
I'm not really a sporty person. I can fly.
So laggy, the frick.
Running things.
My mask has cat ears and it covers my nose.
What?
Yeah.
I do running. Do.
I run and then I jump off. Oh. Easy peasy.
What?
Now I'm going to see how many hops I can do.
Oh no, Joker, no.
Are there any gamers out there?
Yes.
What? I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's more like it. Now, I think it's safe to assume that the gamers are sitting on the edge of their gaming chairs right now, glued to their screen and twitching with excitement for our first big Warner Brothers games announcement. So,
I want a
to
Lego
tell us
game.
more about it, please welcome Billy Batson's alter ego, Zachary Levi.
Hello, interwebs. It's Zachary Levi, your favorite household Shazam. Many of you guys know I like me some video games. I'm a gamer ever since I was a little kid, which means I'm very excited to be reviewing a brand new video game from Warner Brothers Games. We're going to meet the creative team in just a moment, but first, some brand spanking new footage from said game. We're about to play it right now for all of us. I've never seen it, so we're going to experience this together. Let's take a look.
In breaking news, we've received reports of an
Wait, this could be a new Arkham
somewhere
game.
north of the
We're
city.
still waiting for the police to confirm if there are any victims. This story is evolving rapidly. Please bear with us.
We heard this really loud boom. There was smoke everywhere.
Emergency services have confirmed that they've discovered a body buried in the wreckage. We're still waiting for further details.
It appears that a large portion of the building has actually
In
collapsed.
international news, an explosion rocked Gotham City earlier today.
We are now able to confirm that billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne is...
So I think Bruce Wayne died in this story. I think it's the new Arkham. Or maybe an Injustice game. He's playing Pokemon Go! It's okay, vibe.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. This is a code black. This message was automatically triggered when I destroyed the cave and everything it contained. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize the Batman is gone. And you can't count on the GCPD. Haven't trusted us since Jim died.
Oh, Jim's dead.
Gotham will need its protectors more than ever. I'm leaving you the Belfry as base of operations.
Oh, what's his
Some
name?
of the technology is outdated.
The
but it has the gear you
Robin.
need and all of my files.
Yeah, this one's Robin. Okay.
You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe. Good luck. And goodbye.
Nightwing. That's it. We got Batwoman. I don't think it's a new Arkham game. Red Hood, yeah, that's the other one. It's got like all the Robins. This seems pretty fun. Oh, we got Batgirl or Batwoman. I think it's Batgirl. This one's Batgirl. And then Nightwing. And you. You have Red Hood. Cool. Is there another one? Yeah, I thought I saw more. The first Robin, yeah. Well, I think Nathan Drake is the Robin in this one. Oh, Mr. Freeze! The Knights. Oh, that's cool. Gotham Knights. So, is this a new Arkham game? Ooh.
No one talks about them.
Holy crap.
Not a whisper word is said.
This is Spook.
For if you try to crush them, then
Red Eyes, Red Eyes.
dead.
I'm calling it Red Eyes. Let's go, I thought. The Owl Clan, yeah. That's from, what's it called? It's the one where he has like the big super suit. Like,
I'm Patrick Reddick.
I'm Fleur Martin.
Frick, that looks so
Warner Brothers Games
cool.
Montreal, and we're both thrilled to finally be able to show you Gotham Knights.
You may be wondering why we chose to tell this story and focus on these characters.
We wanted to shake up the status quo of Gotham City. We wanted to see what happens when you take away the safety of Batman's presence and then find out what happens. What happens when these heroes, the Bat Family, Nightwing, Batgirl, Red Hood, and Robin, have to step up and take on the role of new protectors of Gotham.
What's really exciting about Gotham Knights is
Oh,
that
it's an
you,
RPG.
the player, will be able to grow these characters how you see fit. You get to see how you would step up and become Gotham's protector. You're not trying to become the new Batman. You're becoming your own badass superhero.
And as a bonus, we brought gameplay footage. This is captured in-engine from a recent build, and we just can't wait for you to see this. Take a look.
Bad. Oh, gameplay footage. Yeah, okay, I want to see what style games.
Frozen here. Need paramedics ASAP. All units, shootout in progress at Elliott Center. Multiple accidents. Too many. We can't.
So is this an RPG or is it like a cinematic fighting game?
Belfry, Elliott Center is covered in ice. Whatever's causing this is localized at the top.
Definitely Freeze's handiwork. You'd best hurry.
That's what the bike's for.
Okay, so it seems like in the vein of Fallen Order and the old Arkham games.
All units at Elliott Center. Air support inbound.
That was
Hostiles
cool.
opening fire on upper floors.
Yeah, looks
Air
better,
support,
yeah.
can you do a fly around?
Well, this is pretty early on. This isn't the finished product.
We need a way to get through that ice. We need to let past these guys first.
Looks like Freeze is back with a vengeance.
If he wants a fight, he'll get it.
Who just beat up? What the frick? He just fell out of the sky and then beat someone else up.
How is the to stop ice gun?
That girl's here. Uh-oh, stinky. This looks almost exactly like the Avengers game, actually. Fighting's a little different, but like I like
plan
Batman's
here.
voice.
Heard you're
Neither
down
do
there
I.
having some fun. Fun's one.
Where did the bats come from?
Just
What
a
the?
heads up. The chopper's under orders to fire on anything that moves inside.
Gotham City Police. Drop your weapons or we will open fire.
He's gonna get shot down.
Returning fire. The storm is getting worse. You need to hurry and find a way inside Elliott Center.
The GCPD chopper made that part easy.
Thank you. Chopper, Crime Stopper.
This doesn't look up to code.
That sounds like a dude with a voice changer, yeah. Why are they walking? Use your grappling hook.
If anyone asks, I meant to do that.
I won't say a word.
Tours were still going on when Freeze came through.
Oh, that poor guy just got...
They didn't stand a chance.
He's a mansicle. Batman!
This will only take a second.
Just murdered someone. That'll only take a second. I promise. I was just saying, check it out. Yo, fly, you fools!
Keep them occupied.
Have you seen this pen? Fear the wrath of the Crayola marker! I will get your skin red and a little bit infected! Oh, this poor guy.
Dad, you're it.
Music is horrible, yeah. He just got double teamed. That doesn't seem fair.
Not the safest time to take the elevator.
You'd rather take the stairs?
These cables on the floor. Guaranteed they lead to Freeze.
Go into the hole. It's obviously where you're supposed to go if you've ever played a video game. Oh, that poor guy.
Belfry, status.
Spider-Man PS4 on ice, yeah.
We need to stop this. Now.
It's DC Fandome. It's a trailer for the new Batman game. Kind of in the vein of Arkham.
Almost there.
I see the weather machine. Ready with the disruptor.
That thing's drawing so much power.
It's leading into boss fight with Freeze. Minecraft. Sorry, Lo, we got it. We're watching DC Fandome.
Field disruptors in place.
I totally forgot I was in Discord call.
It's charging.
Somebody say in Minecraft.
Get away from my storm engine.
Is that what you're calling it? You don't want
I like how you wanted company, but you chose the people who don't talk like them both.
Irrelevant. I already have what I need.
Why is
Storm
Batman?
has risen
Batman
over
is dead.
Gotham. Nothing can stop it.
We'll see about that.
You cannot run from me.
Oh, this looks dumb. This is dumb. Dumb. This is so dumb. This is literally the Avengers game. Like, it looks exactly like the Avengers game. not gonna lie.
That was amazing! That was so good. That was so good. Thank you so much, Patrick and Flora, for
What are
giving
you
us this
talking
insight,
about?
all this info. I, for one, can't wait to play it. I'm sure everybody at home can't wait to play it. Speaking of everyone
Give
at home,
me a Lego
before you take
game.
off, if that's okay. We'd like to answer a few fan questions. Yeah, cool. Here we go. Callum from the UK asks, what has driven you the most in the direction of this game?
Wow. Well, I'd say really there have been kind of three
game.
consistent ideas at the heart of Gotham Knights. First is having like a whole cast of playable characters that can continue to grow and reinvent
This is
themselves.
literally the Avengers
Second,
game.
A real living, breathing Gotham City that keeps challenging you, keeps serving up danger. And then finally, it's that fantasy of the superhero team up. And we wanted to be able to deliver that in co-op play.
How long is this?
Copy that.
Alistair
Alistair from
I think it's
Kenya
24 hours
asks,
long.
What goes into deciding which characters you are going to develop a game around?
Well, we
That
chose
is New York.
characters who resonate with players on a few different axes. We wanted heroes who embodied different aspects of the Bat family. The detective side, as well as the underworld, the urban legend.
Hello.
We looked for characters that
Hello?
offer
What's
players
happening?
a unique
watching
starting
the
point and then
DC
a long
Fandome.
runway for growth. Ultimately, we wanted heroes that
Oh,
could
neat.
take on the forces that threaten Gotham
24
City,
hours, yeah.
but each bringing their own unique perspective.
Gotcha. Okay. Now we have Riley from the United States.
No, there- this
homegrown,
new
homegrown.
Batman
Riley
game
from the
style
United
of
States
Arkham,
asks,
but with, like,
could you give anything
Robin.
more on this?
And the other two
In
Robins.
Fortnite?
Montreal
No, in
game.
the Batman game.
Any other little tidbits?
Oh, he's gone.
I didn't realize.
Actually, sort of
I didn't realize that was a voice chat that I clicked
will be
on.
a very important location in Gotham Knights.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we gotta keep a few secrets. We're gonna have.
Not
talk about
Fortnite,
later.
okay.
We can tell you this. The mystery in Gotham Knights is way bigger than just the
So,
Well, is there anything else that you would like us to know?
Force Mageddon, he's got powers.
Well, our game is coming out in
Okay,
2021, and we can't wait for everyone to play it.
I do. Who are you talking to right now?
For sharing everything that you have.
stream.
To everybody out there, I hope you've been enjoying DC.
Oh, you're streaming. Oh.
Fandome.
It did not. That hasn't appeared for me. It's what you're doing. So I did
That
not
sounds
know
like
what
time.
you're.
It does
Oh,
not sound like time.
Wow.
I'm not time. How dare you?
Time's got a much deeper voice.
Honestly, I have been yearning to step in the boots of those.
Sassy, I don't
for
think
a
I've seen many
long
streams with time in them.
I guess dreams really do come true. And don't go anywhere. We will be back with the Flash in a flash. So
New
unless
Flash.
you can be in two places at once, be sure to stay with us.
Hey everybody, I'm Tyrone Edwards, your Canadian host, and I want to know how much you're
I gotta
loving
go
DC
in 10
Fandome.
minutes,
So tweet
or 15
your
minutes,
replies
but, like,
right now with
I wanna
the
get to the
hashtag
Flash trailer.
DC Fandome. I'm so excited to be a part of this global virtual experience, the only place to hear the latest announcements from DC. We've got one for you now, so let's check out what's new with Sandman from the creator himself.
Hello, DC Fandome. I am Yvette Nicole Brown, and I am so excited to be here with you for the Sandman Universe Into the Dreaming DC Fandome panel. Today, we'll be discussing the comic book series and how it's been expanded with new stories, adapted into new media, and how it continues to enthrall audiences all around the world. Let's meet our awesome panelists. As one of the most popular and critically acclaimed graphic novels of all time, Neil Gaiman's award-winning masterpiece, The Sandman, set the
Well, so
standard
is
for
Captain
mature
Marvel.
lyrical
Captain Marvel's a
fantasy in the
DC
modern
thing, but
comics era. It has been
the
translated
lady
in over
from
15 languages
Community.
and is available in over 30 territories. I am thrilled to be here with Neil Gaiman. Hi, Neil. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Yvette. Lovely to see you.
Oh, you look so good in your little box. Now, Neil, you started The Sandman as a ground-up reimagining of an older DC property. At what point did you realize how much bigger the story could be? Did you know from page one, or did you find it on the way?
A bit of both. Started
He
in
looks like a
1987.
Muppet. He
when I was a
does.
26-year-old writer, and I'd been asked to write a monthly comic for DC Comics. And all
Mike
I
is
knew
really
was that I
quiet.
needed something that I could go anywhere with.
There we go.
That I could tell any kind of story, because I'd never had to tell a
There we
story a
go.
month before, and I didn't know if I could. So,
oh, so
Sandman
boring.
was
Jesus
originally
Christ.
imagined as something that would let me tell
But like Flash is
any
coming
kind
in.
of story
That's
I
the thing
needed
that
to
I care. I
tell.
don't care about this. The comics.
Probably by the end of the first year, I knew what kind of thing I was doing. And I'd say by
I was gonna jump all around.
Originally imagined as something that would let me tell any kind of story I needed to tell. Probably by the end of the first year, originally imagined as something that would let me tell. Second year, I knew the shape of the whole story, and I knew what was going to happen. I knew who was going to live and who was going to die, more or less. And then it was a matter of just holding on tight and hoping against all hope that I actually would be able to tell that story before it got cancelled.
All of the stuff got leaked beforehand on YouTube. I really didn't want to do this, but like, see, oh, frick, look at that. She's got so many viewers. Okay.
It's taking some work, but I finally have them. The worst of the worst.
Where?
Let's just say I put him in a hole and threw away. Yeah. What was it the most makes you think? Their own self-interest is what I do for a living.
Monster, the mayor, and the general are.
Oh, never mind. I think we have to actually go through and watch it. I guess we have to go back. Hopefully nothing happened.
Mean to you at that age?
You know, I first read The Sandman in the late 90s as a teenage goth. And for me, what's interesting looking back now is that by the time I read that series, it was already part
Oh my gosh, she's got a Nintendo
so
Switch.
I was already wearing the death outfit without knowing what it was. So, you know, to pick up the series and be like, oh, this is where this comes from, was really, really interesting for me. And it had
hey, what's up,
a
Galaxy?
huge impact, I think,
We're watching
on
the DC
my sense
Fandome.
of how you tell stories in the graphic medium, of the scope of the kinds of stories you can tell,
Nintendo
the way that you can put
yeah.
on a twist on legacy characters to make them relevant and fresh again.
Okay, I gotta go use the bathroom.
And all of
nothing's
those
gonna happen,
tools
hopefully.
that I was sort of unconsciously picking up reading that series at that age, I think have been tremendously valuable to me, you know, in my own creative life. Reimagining different stories and working in, you know, sort of the Sandman universe. So it really feels like coming full circle.
Now, when you learned you were going to be writing the Dreaming Waking Hours, what did you want to bring into the universe that wasn't there yet? What was your in to the story?
When you're dealing with a legacy series that is as beloved as The Sandman is, you have to kind of balance two things. Number one, the history that longtime readers have with the series, the emotional investments that they have in that place and those characters, and also creating a new entry point for people who might not be as familiar with the series. I was sort of going through this roster of characters who've lived in the Sandman universe and in the Dreaming over the years, and thinking, who haven't we heard from yet? And
what the frig?
At the time, I was going through a bout of insomnia. And I was thinking to myself, my God, you know how happy I would be to have a nightmare right now, because at least it would mean I was asleep. And It was like a bolt out of the blue. All of a sudden, Ruin, this nightmare who's tired of being a nightmare, wants to be something else, was kind of there and complete. And I was
Oh
like,
my
oh,
god.
that's the end. That's how we get back in.
Shut up about Sandman!
That's conducive to bringing in new readers, and it maybe gives us a fresh perspective.
Oh, so that's what I'm just gonna play mine until this thing is.
In my 20s, I
Did I
used
get
to
the
have
Wonder
terrible
Woman set?
nightmares.
I think
And
you can buy it
then
off Lego Shop at home.
somewhere around year 1 of Sandman,
Is this just me or is
they
DC
kind of
whack? It is
stopped,
kind
and
of
they
whack.
stopped because every time I'd have a nightmare, I would wake up so happy. And I would scribble it down. I'd grab a notebook by my bed and I'd put the details of whatever this awful nightmare was. And I would just be so happy. And they just stopped. And I figured that whoever sent the nightmares just got tired of getting the wrong reactions from you.
That's amazing.
I cannot wait to read Waking Hours. Okay, so let me just calm myself down, silence my inner fangirl. We mentioned how the Sandman was transcending the panels of the comic book page. In July, fans got to experience the Sandman Audible series. Joining us now is the director of that series, Dirk Maggs. Welcome, Dirk.
Thank you, Yvette. Lovely to be here.
Oh my gosh, and thank you for bringing your hair because it's amazing.
You
Neil and
invaded my
Dirk,
audience.
how did you guys first meet?
It was a hair
fan
retrospective.
I knew we'd go there.
We failed to meet, although we first encountered each other in about 1992 when Dirk was doing, he was adapting The Death of Superman for British radio as an audio drama.
Yeah.
And it became a huge phenomenon in the UK. And Phyllis Hume, who was at DC Comics back then, decided that we should become acquainted. And she gave Dirk Sandman graphic novels, which was, Sandman was still being written. And Dirk read it and went, this is a drama. And what happened then, Dirk?
And then the BBC said, I think we've done enough comic book stuff
lost
with you now,
epic
Dirkie. Off you go and do some terrible
This guy
comedy
looks
instead.
like
So
like
that
one of
was
the
it.
rock
We
stars
didn't
from the
do it for
Muppets.
BBC. And I thought that
Only
was
show
it,
us
game
pages of
over.
the comics
So it
when they
was,
talk.
it
Yeah,
was very
exactly,
sad
right?
Because I'd never read anything like it. And actually, I thought of all the things
Was
we
there
were
a show
doing,
for any
and
Batman
I'm very
game? Yeah.
proud of Superman and Batman. But I thought, wow, this guy is
Rockstar and Muppet.
studio. Little knowing it would take 28 years to actually.
Okay, I might leave because I gotta go and do stuff.
Dirk, what was the process of taking the comic book scripts and
oh
turning
my
them
god,
into an
it's
audio
literally
experience?
the Muppets.
Really, the process with Neil was very
Okay.
easy because Neil is still alive.
Stuart,
which is a
Discord me
enormous amount
when
of help. It actually means I can talk to the author without
the
using a
new
Ouija
Batman
and
or
not only
Suicide
that,
Squad
but the author in this
or
case is a
other
supremely
fun trailers
kind,
come up for games and stuff.
indulgent,
Text me on
patient
Discord so I
man
can
who
come
will
back
put
and
up
watch
with
them.
the questions
Then I gotta
of
go back
someone who normally is
and do
just
the
a
thing.
drummer.
I'll be gone for
and
about an
give
hour
him
till.
intelligent replies. So it was wonderful to have Neil accessible, and the real joy was to actually get Neil's original scripts, which he wrote at the time for the artists. And one of the things about the
that's what I'm
scripts is
doing.
they're kind of like the blueprint. They're kind of like the scaffolding behind the facade, which is the story. And you get into Neil's mind at the time when he's writing him, 27-year-old Neil, and what he wants to see. And what, I don't know if Neil, you knew this, but there's real poetry in your descriptions that no one but a single artist would read. Well, I know you know that now because you've been reading these descriptions as part of the narration, but really they were a piece of literary art in their own right, the scripts. So I had those to base things on. We'd come to the decision that we were going to stick pretty closely to the original work, because why wouldn't you? Effectively, there is nothing needs really changing. Occasionally here and there one might just, touch slightly on the steering wheel, but there is nothing much you need to do. And they just rock. They totally rock. So Neil as narrator now is being Neil the writer. We're in his head. And then off the page, I'm going to extend this metaphor to snapping point, come the characters and we get this wonderful sort of sense of being inside Neil's head. The nicer part, the classy part.
The classy part. Okay, well, besides the star actors, you had to cast something like 150 other parts. Kudos to you. What was that process like, Dirk?
Well, I've got to say, our casting team, Marielle and Nicola, who were doing a lot of the casting, did a fantastic job. There are way many more parts than we could comfortably deal with in a given situation, with a studio that probably held 6 people and was really only built for 1. If you know the Marx Brothers works, you'll know there's a thing called the stateroom scene where they're trying to cram into a cupboard on a boat. Well, that's kind of how it was in this situation. I had to think of a way through this, and I thought what we need is all the very best audio voice actors in London. And London is a really good place to get voice actors because, of course, BBC still runs spoken word and drama and so on and so forth. So actors as busy as Michael and James, who was in a play at the time, you know, you're not expecting to see them. You're getting people who normally would get a marquee, who are coming in as part of the ensemble, and everybody kind of checked their egos at the door. And we ended up with a really lovely situation. There were certain episodes, like, for example, A Midsummer Night's Dream, where the temperature in the studio kind of climbed into the late 90s. But the upside was that the cast, we were pretty much doing the story from soup to nuts. So if you're in the room with them, you're watching one of Neil's greatest stories just happen in front of your eyes with a bit of extra Shakespeare here and there. So it was a wonderful experience.
Speaking of the amazing cast, we are joined by the devilish Michael Sheen. Welcome to the panel, Michael.
Hello, Yvette. How you doing?
I'm good. So happy to have you with us. So, Michael, now you are on the hot seat. How did you put your spin on Lucifer?
I mean, I remember when I first read Sandman, I'd left Wales to come down to London to go to drama school. And one of my fellow classmates at RADA, within the first few weeks, said to me, do you read comic books? And I said, no, I don't. And I thought, like superheroes? I'm not really into all that. And sorry, DC. And he said, here we are. And he gave me some Alan Moore. You know, he gave me V for Vendetta and Watchmen and Swamp Thing and Constantine and Sandman. And I remember reading the first few Sandmans, and it just sort of, well, I mean, it did literally change my life. It gave me, it sort of both reinforced what I was already interested in, but opened doors to whole universes for the rest of my life. I mean, it created my taste, really, I suppose. It led me to finding out about Joseph Campbell and comparative mythology and Carl Jung and I mean, all kinds of stuff. It just blew my mind. And certain things really stayed with me. And one of those things was the character of Lucifer, when you first meet him early on in the story, and that kind of young Bowie look. That image had really stayed with me. So when I came to do Lucifer, that was there at the back of my mind. And I loved the idea of someone who looks very angelic. I mean, he is an angel. He's the fallen angel. And that young Bowie with the curly blonde hair is very angelic and sort of chirpy. Hello, and it takes you by surprise. You're expecting Lucifer to be Lucifer. And of course you don't have to, it's like, hello, Dream, how are you? And I love that idea of sort of surprising the audience and pulling the rug out from under their feet, which Neil is so brilliant at. And of course, the first thing I ever saw to do with the Sandman was the cover of Preludes and Nocturnes, the Dave McKean art. And even from that, I knew I was entering into a whole other world. And then, of course, getting to know Dave many years later was a bit of a dream come true.
He is such a singular talent and such a singular vision. It was weird with Sandman. I think we had this huge fight on our hands right in the very beginning when we told DC that the title character Morpheus would not be on every cover. I remember them coming back going, but how will people know this is Sandman? And we said, well, because the word Sandman will be on every cover. And having lost that battle, they never fought again. They were like, okay, well, obviously we don't know what this thing is, and they're doing things that break all the rules because you have to have the character on the cover, and they aren't. So they're just doing their thing. And it really was Dave having that fight. And also around Sandman 9, Dave refusing to be fired. Karen Berger fired him. He was in New York, and she said, "We don't have time for you to do any more Sandman covers." And he said to me, I've been fired. And I said, "What are you going to do?" He said, "Well, I'm going to spend the next 2 days painting the next 8 Sandman covers, and then I'm going to send them over to her, and I'll see what she says." And that's what he did. He just made the rest of the Doll's House covers.
Amazing.
He did all the covers and sent them over. And what was she going to do? They were brilliant.
Of course, I'd spent a fair amount of time with Neil fairly recently when we did Good Omens together. So I got used to Neil being on the other side of the camera and close to me, which I liked. But he's sort of creeping ever closer, like a game of Grandma's Clock. Is that what it's called? Where, you know, every time I look around, he's not behind the camera now. Now he's actually standing next to me in the recording studio, narrating the damn thing. I mean, if he gets any closer, we'll have to have an operation to be separated.
I love the fact that I get to work with Michael. Michael and I have been friends since 2010. And we've been working together since 2017, and I get to just admire him as an actor more and more. And the very, very peculiar feeling of having my friend Michael standing next to me in the studio and opening his mouth, and this voice that basically belongs to David Bowie playing Lucifer coming out of his mouth. And I'm just sort of looking and going, how does he do that? How can that work? And I forget that my friend Michael is also one of the greatest actors of our age. It was an absolute delight. We were incredibly lucky at the kind of cast who came out for Dirk, and also who came out for Sandman, because we're lucky in that there are Sandman fans everywhere. And we get to punch above our weight. You know, we get Willow coming in and writing The Dreaming because she was a Sandman fan and she wants to write Sandman. We get Michael Sheen, we get Kat Dennings, we get these amazing people coming in and fighting to do it because they love Sandman. And we are so lucky in that.
Like we said earlier, The Sandman is in dozens of languages and has been in print continuously for over 30 years. Why do you think The Sandman not only endures, but transcends media?
For me, the answer is that I really didn't know what I was doing. And I didn't know what I was meant to be doing, and I didn't know how to do it. And I did it anyway. Mm-hmm. And that just doing it also meant that everything I was seeing, everybody I met, every thought going through my head, made it onto the page. And every way that I could tell stories, I was telling stories, I was trying new things. And I think that it hasn't aged and it hasn't dated in probably the way that it should. You can absolutely see places where it's completely of its time, and you can see places where my heart was in the right place, but I didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I think that's fine and that's forgivable, because overall, I think I, along with dozens of astonishing artists and along with people who are unsung, like Todd Klein, our amazing letterer who did miracles that then nobody notices are there, you know, creating lettering font styles for characters like Delirium or Dream or Desire. I thought I was making something completely disposable. If I'd known I was making something that would last, I probably would have had a lot more attention, and it probably wouldn't have worked.
How about the rest of you? Why does it transcend for all of you, you think?
Like I said, it sort of changed my world, really. It gave me an introduction to things that have had a huge impact on my life and who I am today. And it led me, you know, it is a story about stories. And as such, you know, as Neil said, he wanted to come up with something that allowed him to tell whatever story he wanted. And because of that, it roams across time and space and through mythology and history and Shakespeare, you know, it was such an explosion of the imagination and creativity. And yet at the same time was grounded in a real kind of edgy, earthy realism as well. So it had something for everyone, but instead of being a kind of jack of all trades, it seemed so specific. And it was just like, I mean, it's like when I, as an actor working on Shakespeare, you can literally feel your brain expanding, like your consciousness growing because of what Shakespeare does in his plays. And reading The Sandman was a similar experience for me. It, like, I could feel my consciousness getting bigger because of what was in it and what it introduced me to. And because it is about sort of primal, deep things like the dreaming, like reality, and concepts like fairy, and you know, it of course it's timeless. I mean, it's about the endless, and the story itself is endless, and so it will go on forever.
Speaking from the point of view of adapting it to another medium, what's great about it is that it's doing everything that Michael's just described. It's this enormously, the conceit of it, and I'm not using conceit pejoratively there, but the scale of the imagination, all of Neil's misspent years in libraries as a kid, all that reading is just pouring out on the page, a sort of torrent, like a dump tank of ideas. And to have started this journey in audio, particularly where we're sticking very close to the originals, is great, because I know, well, we all know where it's going to go, but the journey of discovery is getting an actor. I mean, when Michael comes in and starts playing Lucifer, I'm thinking, oh, wow, I can't wait to hear where this is going to go. And of course, we have all that to look forward to, and the rest of the cast as well. So, I you know, hats off to Neil. You know, it's an astonishing piece of work.
Willow, how about you? Why do you think The Sandman endures?
You know, to me, what was really astonishing about Sandman, especially the first time that I read it through as a teenager, was that unexpected people were at the center of the story. I think, you know, we're kind of taught to look to the most obvious figures to be heroes, the politicians, the famous people, all of this. Whereas in Sandman, the guy sitting next to you on the bus could be Lucifer or the King of Dreams. And as such, you get stories about characters who I think were kind of pushed to the margins, especially at the time in other types of stories, right? And now they're at the center. And that makes you look twice at the world around you. It makes you sort of question, you know, who is telling the story, and what point of views are we missing, and who is unmourned. I mean, that also really struck me, is that, you know, like this came out in the middle of the AIDS epidemic when, you know, a lot of people were trying to push, you know, these deaths and this terrible thing that was happening under the rug. And Sandman said, no, pay attention. This is important. These people are important. And that was very striking to me. And I think that's part of the reason that it still feels so relevant, because it kind of reminds you there are still stories we haven't heard. You know, there's still things we're afraid to talk about. And it's the people around you who could be the true spinners of tales. And that really has stuck with me through the years.
Well, that answer was amazing.
I've thought about this a lot.
Oh gosh, it's so good, you Willow. I want to thank all of you for this wonderful time. I had the best time talking to all of you. But before we go, we can't forget about the dedicated fans. We asked and they responded, and we get it. You want to know about the Netflix show. So Neil, can you tell us anything? We've been asked about when it will be released. We've been asked about the cast details. What can you tell us, Neil?
Well, I can tell you that due to COVID, everything, as with every other piece of television being made around the world right now, somebody pushed a giant pause button. And we've taken advantage of our pause button just to try and get the scripts as close to perfect as we possibly could, which has been really fun. And that right now, as the universal pause button is starting to come off, we're starting to cast again. I'm getting these inspiring and wonderful emails with production designs, with places that I've only ever seen in the comics before, now being rendered in 3D, and I'm being asked to comment on it. That's amazing. There's not a lot I can say. Something that I will say is part of the joy of doing the audio adaptation was going, this is going to be the nearest thing we can do to an audiobook of those first 3 graphic novels, and hopefully all of the graphic novels. And we're going to start it in 1988. And it's going to end in about 1991 or 1992. Sandman is a very compressed story, even though it takes place all through time and space. That's where that story takes place. What we're doing with Netflix is saying, okay, it's still going to start in 1916, but the thing that happens in Sandman 1, the point that the story starts, is not 1988, it's now. And how does that change the story? What does that give us? What does that make us have to look at that we wouldn't have had to look at if we were setting it as a period piece? What is that going to do to the gender of characters? What is that going to do to the nature of characters? What's that going to do to the story? And that has been an absolute delight, because it means we are always being true to the story and being true to the characters, but it gives us tremendous freedom to go, okay, if we were doing it now, what would Sandman be? And that, again, is very liberating.
Well, as a fan myself, I cannot wait to see it. And I just wanted to share that I was a tiny part of the Sandman universe. Check this out. It's a drawing by artist Domo Stanton of me flying through the city.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. I look good. Well, thank you all so much. It's been wonderful chatting about the Sandman. Thank you, G. Willow, Dirk Maggs, Michael Sheen, and of course, Neil Gaiman. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of DC Fandome.
Dreams, nightmares, demigods, and fallen angels. I'm officially in and can't wait to dig into Sandman. Right now, let's get back to hearing from our fans and see what questions they, or maybe even you, have.
Already Batwoman kind of stands out because she doesn't technically have like a superpower. Everything that she uses to fight bad guys is more of her intelligence and Luke and her physical strength. So I do look forward to seeing that, or for playing in that perspective, like from a Ryan perspective, from like this street kid's perspective, from a person that saw these superheroes growing up. Because that was also really important for Ryan, you know, to see Batwoman be an out lesbian, and to have a superhero role model to look up to. And then now all of a sudden I'm filling those shoes. So to not only fill those shoes, but to play amongst the ones that have already been doing it, I think that that's going to be a lot for her. I'm sure it's going to be a culture shock for her, but I also think that it's really cool because it's really like when that world meets the superhero world, and it's in all of its dynamics.
Hola mi gente, I'm Gabby Cam, your host from Mexico City. For nearly 60 years, DC has played with the intriguing concept of the multiverse. It allows multiple dimensions all to exist at the same time, which means multiple versions of me could actually exist right now. And not only that, on these other worlds, I could be a different gender, ethnicity, a villain, or even an alien. I wish I knew what kind of alien I would be. Maybe in this panel, I will find out.
The multiverse has been at the heart of DC almost from the very start. But the moment most fans think of is this one. In the Silver Age of comics, when the Flash met the Flash in 1961. In Flash of Two Worlds, DC created a story where the Flash could be Barry Allen and Jay Garrick at the very same time, and created the architecture that would allow DC to be expansive, inclusive in their storytelling and in their universe, and is the world that fans now know, and also laid the groundwork for the ambitious crossover event, Crisis on Infinite Earths. Crisis on Infinite Earths brought the DC multiverse to fans, bringing together DC superheroes and supervillains in a truly epic event. But this is not the first time DC has explored the multiverse, and trust me, it will not be the last time fans will see it. And DC is fully embracing this exciting creative concept and how it can open up endless opportunities for storytelling for our comic books, TV shows, film, and games creators. Here in the DC Fandome, I am so excited to have our own crossover moment and talk about what the multiverse really is for DC, how it informs every story DC tells, and how fans can expect to see it on the page or on the screen moving forward. I'm Tiffany Smith, and I'm so excited to welcome our panelists here today. First up, we have got a legendary comic book artist in his own right. He is also the chief creative officer and publisher for DC, and he sits at the heart of
comic
everything
book
DC
stuff.
does and is a master of
all right.
Jim Lee.
I'll be back when
Next up,
the
he
Flash
oversees
show.
DC's films, which run the gamut from The Joker to Aquaman, and has huge plans for where DC movies are about to go next. Walter Hamada, how you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm good. Great to be here.
And finally, one of the key architects of DC's Arrowverse and the amazing Crisis crossover event, he is executive producer of nearly a dozen fan-favorite DC shows like Batwoman, The Flash, Supergirl, Doom Patrol, Titans, and the upcoming Superman and Lois, and many, many more. It's Greg Berlanti. How are you?
Very good, very good. Great to be here.
Let's just kind of go to the top of it, and I'm going to go to you, Jim. What exactly is the DC multiverse for people who may not know?
Yeah, I think when people think about superheroes, they know the names, the costumes, the powers, the origins, and it kind of tends to be this sort of monolithic kind of thing. But one of the things that really is distinct and unique to DC is that it's the first large work of fiction that has leaned upon this idea that we are not alone. We have this reality, this earth, but that there are alternate realities that sit side by side with us, and the infinite number. And on each of these different earths, we exist, but maybe in slightly different variations, right? We might be a different gender on another planet, or we might be furry creatures. And this extends to all the superheroes. So you start seeing this kind of endless spectrum of characters that you can create. And so it allows us to have the freedom and to create different versions and then lean upon that canon as we, change up the mythology and the pantheon of characters to better reflect the true diversity and inclusivity that our audiences want and that our audiences live in.
And you kind of touched on it already, Jim, but let's go to you, Greg. How do you feel like the multiverse really informs the stories that you tell through DC TV?
I would say that when we started out just with Arrow, 8-9 years ago now, it wasn't our intention to just replicate what everyone had done so brilliantly in comics, and it wasn't until the Flash came along, and we tried in the pilot of the Flash to put the two of them on screen together, that I remember watching that first scene of the two of them together and thinking like, oh wow, this makes me feel like the DC books made me feel, like 1 + 1 = 3. The other thing it allows for is the vastness. You really feel the vastness of each of these different worlds. And I think it adds to the importance of these heroes and the myth of them. And that's been really exciting. And again, the element of surprise. If the universe that everyone's constructing, the different showrunners and creators and directors and, obviously with Walter and Jim helping shepherd all of it, if it can go to all those different places and still be tethered together, I think just as an audience member, I want to show up and not know like who might I see here, and I think that's incredibly exciting.
Well, and I think it's something too where, we talk about comic book writers getting to play with the characters in different ways. Same thing on the TV shows where it's when you bring a character from one show into another show, those writers now get to play with that character or a different version of them, which I think the fans, myself included, have loved seeing on TV.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun for the actors. They love it when they play a villain version of themselves from another planet. Everybody loves to play a villain.
You face some of the greatest evils known to man, and you've defeated them. If you think so highly of yourselves that you can defeat any threat that comes your way,
How do you feel about us?
And like you said, you weren't really thinking at the outset about getting to this place of Crisis on Infinite Earths and seeing all of that. Can you talk to us a little bit about just leading up to that and everything that happened before, and maybe like when you got to the point where you're like, yeah, this is something we really want to talk about?
Well, I mean, really, it was so much of our motto behind the scenes was to try and create episodes and seasons and shows that we would want to watch. And so it just inevitably kind of kept going in that direction. One of my fellow EPs, Mark Guggenheim, is my own personal encyclopedia for a lot of knowledge of these things, and was really, the centerpiece of production-wise pulling the scope of those things together. And I would be remiss if I didn't just say just how much his own passion for all that has been, very inspiring. But we sort of kept, building block by block. And then truly in the last couple of years, and again, in working with Walter and with Jim, it's really it's kind of taken a whole new level. We never thought we'd even be allowed to do Crisis, it was a pipe dream. We just kind of kept finding new ways to get all of our characters together. And then, the year before we did Crisis, we said, well, what if we just say coming next year, Crisis, and everyone's like, okay, yeah, you can say that. Well, I was like, well, I guess they've approved it then. Now we get to go. And that it was really epic. I mean, there were just so many, obviously, so many Easter eggs and so many different little characters. But then, the guys calling about saying that if we could possibly fit in Ezra, is that a possibility? That's really for the first time historically combining a TV character and a film character in that way. Is I think it feels like the beginning of a whole new generation of how we can begin to do these things. And that's just as a storyteller, that's really, really exciting.
Well, I feel like a kid in a candy store being like, we got Crisis on Infinite Earths, what's next? But can you talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the world's post Crisis on Infinite Earths?
Well, we are, yes, because certain worlds have been combined, we're mindful of that now, in terms of how that will affect certain shows. And, in terms of what our crossover event will be next year, I think truly because of COVID right now and the pandemic, our aspirations aren't quite as large. We'd just like to start shooting again. That would be, nice. Happy to invite any feature characters that the guys want to have on. I think that was truly a thrill.
How did that crossover event happen with Ezra? And talk about the conversation of when you guys were like, could this work? Can we get him here?
We'd been developing on the feature side our Flash script for a while, which was leaning into the idea of the multiverse and playing in that sandbox. And again, I'm focused very much on the movies and what we're doing. And Jim was just like, would you, since we're leaning into the multiverse, do you think Ezra would ever do this crossover? I picked up the phone, called him, and before I could even finish the pitch, he was like, I'm in. Tell me when, where. Like, he's just such a fan, I think, of the character and I think of the universe, and he understands the importance of Flash and the character of his role sort of in that idea of the multiverse, that he immediately jumped on it. And then at that point, it was just Jim ran with it.
We were in a meeting, I think it was Walter, me, Peter Roth was there. We kind of threw out this idea, and Peter was like, let me talk to Greg about this. And this was last minute too, right?
But we had shot the crossover. So
yeah, exactly. This is like right before the holidays.
We were editing. And then so the first call was like, well, wait a second. Can Flash also bring us back in time to do this? Because,
exactly. Yeah, so we're on the holidays. I knew that we're down the wire, but I knew how meaningful this would be to the fans, just because Flash's meeting created the multiverse. That the fact that this had never been done before, and that this was new footage. A lot of the stuff, like with Green Lantern, was kind of old footage. This is new stuff, and we had to track down the costume for Ezra. Luckily, he still fit into it. And Peter, spoke with Greg, and Greg graciously allowed us to do this at the last minute, very last minute. And Mark wrote dialogue at the last second, sent it over. It had to be kind of vague enough to not create too many expectations, but kind of solidify the fact that this is happening, that these Flashes are both the Flash in different universes. And the cool thing is, Ezra's Flash was never named the Flash in the movies. He got his name from meeting Grant, who knew he was the Flash. And that's like so cool to have that introduction into the canon, right? And so that was it. And it came together at the last minute, and it worked out great. Those guys kind of improvised and the lines, and
they definitely improvised.
There's a lot of improvisation.
It was touching and funny, and it was just a great moment. And then when it went live, man, people's heads exploded. And then I think,
well, there were a lot of people who worked on the show and had shot the episode and didn't know that it was in there. So they were watching. There were people that had been in the episode that were watching it live that night that wrote me and said, "I didn't know about this. Did you keep this a secret from me?" And I was like, "No, I wasn't. We just did it last week."
Yeah.
Is this cosplay? Oh, do you want a selfie, bro?
No,
I'm sorry.
We're not. No, I'm also the Flash.
You're also the what?
The Flash.
The Flash? The Flash.
It's complicated.
I like your outfit. It seems comfy.
Yours is pretty cool.
Smooth.
Seems safe and
breathable. Found Barry Allen. No! What does that mean? How can this...
This should be impossible now.
It should be impossible now?
You don't know about the...
Oh my God, don't do this to me. I don't know about the what.
Well, and kind of talk about that, Greg, because I know just the crossover events are such a big to-do anyway, getting all of the actors from all of the shows and the sets and everything working together at the same pace and timing, and then now throwing in the film piece as well. I feel like all of you guys, just from talking to you and, knowing you a little bit, that you're a huge fan. So you're like, we'll do anything to make it work. But what was that moment like for you?
Well, I was honestly, I really do experience these shows just as a fan first. And so when I heard it, I just thought I would want to see that. I would want to see that, let alone be a part of it. And whenever anybody in this business is doing stuff from that place of like, how can we make this thing the best it can be? And how can we deliver something to everybody and that, understands and loves these characters as much as we do, then the impossible stuff that seems impossible ends up becoming possible.
I think up to this point, we were the company was just organized in a way where TV was TV and film was film. And oftentimes DC and Jim was sort of the arbiter of like, hey, they want to use this character, using this character. And it became this like really weird situation where the fans they love the characters. They just want to see the characters. And this sort of opens the door for us to do more crossovers, to really lean into this idea and just acknowledge the fact that there can be a Flash on TV and one in the movies, and you don't have to pick one or the other. You can love both, and they do both exist in this great multiverse. And I do think that moving forward, there's more opportunities for us to do things like this. And really, at the end of the day, it's about the fans, and I think the fans want to see it. And it gives us a way to sort of explore maybe some different stories and different ideas and use the medium in a different way than it's been used thus far.
We can just dive in a little bit more into the DC films. Walter, for you, what does the multiverse really mean?
What the multiverse allows you to do is sort of lean into this idea of you can tell just great stories and you don't have to really be as focused on it has to fit within a singular continuity. On one Earth, we have our Gal and Jason and Ezra version of the Justice League. And we can continue telling those stories, while on a separate Earth, we don't have to worry about the continuity. We can have a more grounded, real year 2 Batman and build out that world and not really worry about continuity, story elements, and et cetera. And so it's really kind of the best of both worlds and allows us to take advantage of everything that's great about what we've done and really allow us to sort of expand moving forward. And we're trying to keep it as simple as that. Like there is that one Earth, the greater Earth of sort of this existing Justice League, and then the beginnings of another Earth that is sort of happening that's early stages of year 2 Batman. And then obviously there are outliers like Joker, which it doesn't exist in either Earth, but that's okay. It's all part of the multiverse. Matt Reeves can continue to build out his Gotham, and he's got great plans to how to build it out and build it out in a way that's sort of innovative. And they announced recently that there's an idea of taking that Gotham and exploring it at HBO Max as a show. Like those are things that you can do because we don't have to worry about how that would impact Aquaman 2 or how that could impact the Flash, And so I think it just opens doors for us in ways that you couldn't have if you had to have a singular universe.
So let's get into some of the questions that we've got from fans. The first one is for you, Jim. It's from Van in the US. Now that Doomsday Clock has concluded, will we see any more of Alan Moore's comic characters cross over with the DC multiverse?
Probably less on the crossover side. You don't want to dip into the well too often and kind of make it too regular a thing. It becomes too commonplace. You want to save it for really big epic storylines where you've got great creators like Jeff Johns, who's able to come in and really deliver, a story worthy of that kind of concept. But we are, there's a spinoff. There's a Rorschach series that Tom King is writing. It's not like necessarily a crossover per se, but we are exploring more of the Watchmen universe. It's obviously got kind of a second life with the HBO TV series. And so it's been kind of fun exploring that. But yeah, that's all I can share at this point.
The next one is for Greg from Swarab Kumar Singh in India. The Crisis on Infinite Earths finale showed that the multiverse is gone and there exists only one universe and one Earth Prime. But since other shows like Titans, Doom Patrol, and the DC still goes on, is the multiverse actually gone or is it recreated?
It's not gone. That was to really help us, sort of like the original reason for Crisis, when they were like, oh, we have too many worlds. Let's start combining things for the purpose of the books. I think for the purposes of the CW, those worlds are now one. But off network is like being off planet in a different part of the multiverse, but it's still alive and flourishing.
The multiverse. Every existence multiplied by possibility. And spread out before space and time in infinite measure. Civilizations rose and fell. And rose again across reality's grasping expanse. Life, a precious gift, persevering in the face of every obstacle. Until, finally, the age of heroes was born.
Okay, well, the next question is for you from Sumik Day in India. Will we get more multiverse movies or even Elseworlds movies like Superman, Red Sun?
I think it's the possibility is there. It's not, it really comes down to, like I said, our focus is great stories. And so if we come across the right filmmaker with an interesting story that doesn't work within our existing timeline, and it would work as an Elseworld, we would definitely explore it. I can say we're not currently developing Red Sun, so that isn't one of them, but it really comes down to when the right filmmaker or the right idea comes together. That's the beauty of the multiverse, is we can explore it. We can go down the road and take a shot at it. But what we don't want to do is be in a place like Jim was saying, like it should be special. I don't think you want an Elseworld movie every year, like clockwork. Like it'd be much better for it to be a special thing. And we also want them to be great. We want them to be special. We want to make sure that it doesn't just sort of feel like we're just cranking out a volume of different versions of these characters. There has to be a reason for it. And I think it has to be a reason that we're excited about, that we think the fans will be excited about. So yes, the answer is yes, there will be opportunities. That one is not one that we're currently exploring.
We've got one more question for all of you guys. This is from Ryan Keller in the US. With the existence of the DC multiverse, how do you approach managing a wide variety of characters, stories, and universes for DC? And how would you work to help keep the audience connected with such a large variety of characters and stories? I imagine that you guys all have like a board somewhere in your house that's like, you open the doors and it's like, here's the characters in the whole world connected with yarn. I don't think that any of you have that. If you do, please show us right now.
It's like one of those True Detective scenes or something where it's just like newspaper
yarn, just yarns and pins. Yeah.
Oh, I think that is the challenge. There's so many characters, so many versions, but we have people through film, TV, within Berlanti's company. These are the assets we track and try to make sure that there aren't inconsistencies and that we are constantly communicating between ourselves so that we deliver something that's satisfying and maybe paints a bigger picture. And now that this has been established, this multiverse across all of the content, I think there's going to be a greater need for coordination to kind of deliver even cooler surprises going forward. But I just want to really thank and applaud Greg for really laying the groundwork for all this, because they didn't have to do this. From what I hear from Mark Guggenheim, it's a crazy amount of work, and bringing all these people together to deliver something that could potentially be very confusing or complicated, and being able to tell a story that's kind of derived from the canon. It is an amazing thing, and the fact that they've been able to do it year in, year out with different kind of crossovers and big events has been a real blessing, I think, for the DC universe, and has kind of shown that it can be done, but we just need to be on top of the storylines and where the characters are and how they're being used. But that's part of the job, and a lot of fun, and there's a lot of fun involved as well, because we get to really explore really deeply into the DC catalog sometimes.
When we were first pitching the idea of certain characters, there was a sense of like, okay, well, and this was years ago, but like, oh, we might use this character in the movie space, so maybe we won't then use a character there. And I would say, well, I can watch an animated Batman, and I don't confuse animated Batman from the Batman in your movies to, something on a show. But it doesn't mean that we still don't have to warrant using that character. Certainly any kind of character with that kind of size and scope and that much meaning in the world like this. But, so we want to justify our use of any character, but at the same time, ultimately, I think it's in the, as we bring all of these characters into live action and to life, it's just so much more enriching and rewarding for everyone, to feel like, okay, the best idea wins, and the best version of the story is going to be what we're all really trying to serve.
I think in the past, there's been like, well, features might do something with that, so stay away from it. It could be years before that character ever showed up on the screen, if it even showed up on the screen, and it was clear to us, like, it doesn't make sense to hold that back from the fans. Let's explore that. And by the way, if they fall in love with the character on TV and we do something in the movies 3 years down the road, all the better. Like, it's just a greater awareness for the characters. And so for us, our board is much smaller because we have fewer things that we're working on. We have, within a movie, it's 120 pages and there's a handful of characters, whereas in TV, there's a bunch of other characters that pop up. So it's a little bit more straightforward for us. I think really Jim is the great sort of, he's the center of everything. So he has to know everything that we're doing in features, everything that's happening in TV, and everything funnels to him. And I think that's great that we have this guy who sort of knows the world better than anybody, who can sort of look at it and kind of go and come up and say, wouldn't it be great if Ezra showed up when met Grant? And you don't get that without Jim sort of being sort of at the center of all this. And so I think it's just a great collaborative team, and it's really just the beginning of what we're doing here. I think with just the stuff that we're working on now, the idea of the multiverse, and really HBO Max being this other venue for us to really start to meet in the middle. I think if there was that sense that TV was TV and film was film, Max sort of becomes this place where we it'll be our clubhouse. Well, everything will gather into that space, and we'll be able to explore different opportunities and cross back over. And I'm excited about the potential of all the things that we can do with DC in the multiverse.
Awesome. Well, I want to say a huge thank you to the three of you guys for taking the time to chat with me and all of the fans here in the DC Fandome. This is we're talking about different platforms for things, and this is a whole new platform for fans to get to experience the DC multiverse as well. So thank you guys so much. This has been awesome.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thanks,
Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
The future certainly looks bright for the DC multiverse. I'm still not sure what I will look like on Earth 26, but I can't wait to meet me there. Now, if you're a big DC fan like me, then I'm willing to bet that you cannot wait for the Flash feature film to electrify the big screen. The good news is that you don't have to wait that long, because we are going right now with the filmmakers and the Flash himself, Ezra Miller.
Hello, fans around the world. It's me, Ezra Miller.
Can you just move out your hair on the left side a little bit? You don't like this? I'm Andy Muschietti, director of the Flash movie.
I'm Christina Hodson, the screenwriter of The Flash. I haven't spoken to humans in a while, so I'm going to be rusty.
I'm Barbara Muschietti, the producer of the Flash movie.
I play Barry Allen, aka The Flash, in the upcoming Flash movie. And I love you, and I'm excited to be here digitally with you. Flash fact, if you go to the bottom of
guys,
Andy
it's
Muschietti's
happening.
Wikipedia or IMDb page, you'll see that he actually
Stay
has a
calm.
PA credit on the 1996 Madonna movie Evita. Must ask you more about that, Andy.
Telling the story of one of the greatest superheroes of the DC
Oh
world
my
is
God,
a
it's
challenge. The
happening.
most important thing is that it gets to your heart. Growing up with Batman and Superman and Flash, it was an opportunity to reconnect with childhood experiences reading DC Comics.
Flash fact, DC Comics actually stands for Detective Comics. Comics.
The tone for the film, I think, is very much Andy's signature.
He can jump from funny to scary to emotional really fast.
And it's also a time travel story, which I find very exciting.
Andy managed to put these tiny little DC Easter eggs into the It movie.
I like your glasses, Mr. Keene. You look just like Clark Kent.
I don't know about that.
One, he was vying for the job way earlier than any of us knew. Or two, while making the Flash movie, he discovered time travel for real, went back in time, and went to put all these things in just to mess with us. Either way, well played, sir.
You meet Andy, and you immediately can understand
I'm
why
scared
he's the perfect choice
of
for this movie.
it, so
it's his compassion, his priority in this film of finding the heart of the story.
I'm also excited to see Andy's version of the Speed Force. He happened to have done some doodles that I may or may not have taken and kept. They are literally unlike anything you've ever seen before.
Okay, good.
Flash fact, did you know that according to actual comic book canon, Superman is both a vegetarian and a Metallica fan? Which is, of course, impossible. But then again, he's Superman.
I'm
Batman lost
scared
his
of it,
parents.
so when they talked about it, I was scared.
Superman lost his planet. Harley Quinn lost her egg sandwich. But Barry, because he's got this ability to go back and manipulate time, he's the only one who can actually go and change his own personal story.
His mother was murdered, his father was framed and incarcerated, and all his journey from then was of a man trying to make things right.
And it sounds like a cliche, but script is everything. When I got to read Christina's first draft, I was just blown away.
The script has really
Not the
captured
egg
his
sandwich.
loquacity, his personality.
So you're fast. That feels like an oversimplification.
I fell in love with The Flash when I read Flashpoint. The combination of giant spectacle, action, and fun with this incredibly personal, intimate story of a boy just trying to save his mum.
He's someone who has the power of changing the events of the past, but by doing so can deteriorate the very fabric of the space-time continuum.
The juxtaposition between his vulnerability and his immense power is really what's exciting about superheroes to me. Flash fact, the hippopotamus is faster than the human being. Beware.
That's
every actor, every director, every writer.
Well, if you're the car,
brings
no.
something different to the character.
Barry, as a character, and especially the way Ezra plays him, he's
Oh,
a guy
no.
with so much heart, so
That
much
hippo!
humor. Spending time with Ezra is kind of like spending time with Barry Allen.
Really, I can feel his passion and his enthusiasm and his creativity.
He was born to play.
Flash fact, the first appearance of the multiverse in DC Comics is actually a Flash comic. Flash Comics number 123, The Flash of Two Worlds.
Time travel isn't simple. It's not always a straightforward case of
That's
go
what I
back
was
and change
just
one thing
saying.
and
Yeah,
another
dude.
thing changes
He
in the
looks
future.
This
like he should be in
film
an
is
insane
immensely
asylum.
important because if you look around at the DC universe, obviously we have all of these characters that exist within their own bubbles. We even have now multiple iterations of the same story. I'm Batman. And Batman. I'm Batman.
Sounds like a cool guy.
This movie, by opening
Lego
that
Batman.
door that Flashpoint did in the comics, all of these stories and characters can start to collide. Hello?
This should be impossible now.
It should be impossible now?
You don't know about the...
Oh my God, don't do this to me. I don't know about the what.
The cinematic multiverse is going to be born out of this movie. It's born out of Barry's story.
It blows our minds.
Lego Batman
The
canon
levels
storyline.
of
I guess,
possibility
yeah,
that
I guess
exist
Lego
within the
Batman's
context
now
of this
canon.
character in this story.
I can't wait for all of us to be able to sit down in a theater and enjoy these movies in the dark with a lot of people and with great snacks.
So obviously, I don't want to spoil too much of the movie. I want you to be surprised when you see it. There's something that I can show you, a little sneak peek.
Oh my gosh. Oh, nope, sorry. That's my fault. It was an accident. It's not my
That was the
playlist,
bunny!
But it might, yeah, that might have been my fault. Back to you, Andy.
So I'd like to share a couple of concept art drawings, and it's Barry Allen's new suit.
I am Iron Man.
As you can see, it's more organic. You can see light embedded in it. It has been built by his friend Bruce Wayne this time.
They call me Bruce.
Flash fact. The first ever Batman movie is actually an unlicensed Batman Dracula movie made by Andy Warhol with a soundtrack by the Velvet Underground. It's unreleased, but there's 39 minutes that have been recovered, and I highly recommend watching them. They're extremely strange.
There are so many potential crossovers in the multiverse, so many cool things that you could do.
I would really love them to do a two-hander with Wonder Woman. I think they would solve a lot of problems, let me tell you.
I'd like to see Game of Thrones crossover. Instead of all the months that it takes traveling from Winterfell to King's Landing, it would happen in 2 seconds. Barry Allen in the Iron Throne.
I actually already have a weird behind-the-scenes DC multiverse crossover. My best friend growing up is Rob Pattinson's older sister. So I've actually known the new Batman since he was 2 years old and in diapers.
I would like the Flash to meet in the multiverse Nicolas
What
Cage.
when are you going to play
Not the
Fortnite?
Nicolas Cage
I don't know.
Superman that never was. I'd want the Flash to meet Nicolas Cage, the person in this world who I believe
Are you going to play
probably
Fortnite? No.
does have the
We're
ability
watching the DC
to
stuff.
transcend space-time. It's a real proposition.
The floosh.
I also can't wait to hear more about The Flash. Thank you, Andy, Barbara, Christina, and Ezra. Fun fact, we all know there are several Flashes: Wally West, Jay Garrick, Bart Allen, and Barry Allen. Did you know when Barry isn't working to save the world as the Flash, he's working to save Central City as a police scientist?
Yes, I didn't know that because I watched the
I'm going
show.
to turn this over to Jaden Rodriguez, and I'll see you back here soon.
G'day DC Fandome, I'm Jaden Rodriguez from
Batman.
Australia, and I'm so excited to be here with you all.
Batman.
I just gotta say that being a total superhero freak that I am, I'm totally loving being a part of this epic DC event.
Does this mean Batman's
And you
coming?
can't talk about superheroes
Batman.
without talking about the man himself.
Batman stuff.
I mean, dude, can you imagine
Ooh,
how
Batman
awesome it would
Beyond.
be to be
That's
Batman?
cool. That's good.
In fact, if there's anything better than watching Batman, it's watching two Batmans. Or Batmins. It doesn't
Batman.
matter. Let's have a look at this mashup of two fan favorite Dark Knights who happen to reside in the opposite ends of the Bat spectrum.
Oh. The Batman Beyond TV show.
Terry, this is top priority.
Go ahead, Bruce.
A Wayne Powers deep space probe is receiving an anomalous communication.
I didn't know The
I'm
Rock
patching
was
it
probably
into
going to be
you
in the
now.
DC universe as a
is that
hero.
you? Clearly,
No,
that's
I
not
thought
me, Terry.
The
But
Rock was
apparently
supposed
it's
to
what
be the
passes for
villain
me
in
on this
Shazam too.
Whoa! Who's the dweeb?
That would be
It's Adam West.
counterpart.
The Joker.
No
Oh,
way.
rest in
That's
peace,
the
Adam
Joker?
West.
That's not the Joker, it's a Joker.
I don't know, Bruce. Your friend with the Liberty Bell hair said the Joker.
No matter which universe
yeah.
he's from, he's a vicious and deadly psychotic.
He's throwing fish at you right now.
One thing's for sure. This Joker could up his thug recruitment.
No,
game.
he's Black Adam. Yeah, that's
pick
us.
up a fish and start tossing already, slacker. Wait, is he stealing a fish? Oh, this has got to be the dumbest heist.
Mark is going to be Black Adam. She's in too. Yeah.
Hey, swell costume, by the way, Bruce.
Terry.
Must have taken forever to get the iron-on bat symbol just right.
Terry!
What?
Oh, this
To the Batmobile.
That ride's pretty schway, Bruce.
Don't let them catch you from behind.
What an odd thing to say.
That's what she said. Oh, this is so weird.
Hey, Bruce, I just noticed something about your cowl.
Again, not my cowl. But what is it?
Are the eyebrows painted on?
Don't be. Oh, wait. They are.
I'm so confused.
You know, my
yeah.
great aunt does the same thing with her eyebrows. Totally works for Aunt Phyllis.
What the?
Now what's going on? Where's this?
I'm not sure. But whatever it is, it must be built on a hill.
Joker could really stand to run a comb through that wig, huh? Oh, easy, Boy Wonder. Let's not forget we're wearing elf shoes and support hose.
Oh my god.
And who is
Last
he even
night.
shushing at this point?
What's with the 57 random telescopes lying around for no reason?
Wait.
Something's fishy here, Batman.
The Gotham High girls volleyball team's gonna be ticked when they find out their net was stolen.
Actually, I'm not sure which is more disconcerting. His trap, or the fact that these two can't seem to find their way out of it.
How about a fish fry?
Ooh, fish fry guy here is angling for a promotion. Settle down there, fish fry.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at the
Motivations on
Joker.
crack.
Is it my imagination, or does he...
Have a mustache?
Now that is just not right.
Wow, worst hot tub party ever. But on the
Worst
bright side,
hot
Robin is already wearing his bathing suit.
I couldn't possibly deprive that poor hungry clam of its dinner.
Hold up! That's
What
a
the-
clam?
Very touching. Oh, Boy Wonder. What a succulent hors d'oeuvre you should make.
It really is quite unsettling.
Yes, and as
Well,
for
a
you,
giant
my
man-eating
fellow
clam is...
friend, let this
Wait,
be a
you're
lesson
talking about the
once
mustache
and
again,
for
aren't you?
all.
It's
That honesty does
mesmerizing.
not pay.
Yeah.
I would have gotten out of this in 2 seconds.
Aunt Phyllis could have gotten out of
think
this in
so.
2 seconds. By the way, Bruce, what do you feed paper mache?
Oh, what a hideous face!
Oh, be nice, Venus. Robin's sitting right next to you.
Only
You get it? 'Cause
bivalve?
she was talking about... Never mind.
Oh my god, what's over
Some
it?
mollusk. Push yourself away, Robin.
Is it weird that part of me is rooting for the clam?
Him against the side. Robin.
How many of these?
I was actually feeling bad for Robin, but then I saw those elf booties again. And well... Hey, what happened?
That's the end of the transmission.
What do we do?
Not sure.
Not
but
funny,
I know
didn't
what we
laugh.
won't do.
What's that?
We never tell anyone what we saw here today.
Seriously? Not even the mustache?
Never.
The
I can tell you're
mustache.
serious. Know how? Your eyebrows, very expressive on their own. Why you ever chose to paint?
It's the funny.
Don't you start.
That was so weird.
I love it. Batman has such a great sense of humor.
More Batman stuff.
Okay,
I like Batman.
devoted fans teamed up to show out in force at the DC Fandome. Let's take a look at some of the best group cosplays. And coming up is a showdown like you've never seen before. Stay tuned for lots of fun and
Suicide
games
Squad.
with the Suicide Squad.
Oh, it's happening. What the frick? That Catwoman was pregnant. What the frick? What the frick? Did Batman do it? I don't know. Probably. Oh my god, more of this. I love this.
Come on then, let's go.
I like watching the stars. Orion and the plough.
It's box trolls. What is this?
Polaris. And the big triangular thing.
Oh no, right. Batman, no. Well, yeah, Robin's the only sensible character. Yes, Suicide Squad, let's go.
Even though we are in the Hall of Heroes, I know that if I was ever in trouble, I would call upon this next group to help me out. As you know, director James Gunn announced in February that filming had wrapped for the Suicide Squad. And right now, he's taken a break from the edit bay
Yes,
to be
everyone.
here with us to discuss his vision for the film, answer fan questions, and have some insanely crazy fun with the cast. And, of course, share some never-before-seen content with us.
Footage.
Check it out.
Yay.
This is amazing. I'm so excited to be here at DC
James
Fandome
Gunn.
with all the amazing DC fans. As many of you know, the Suicide Squad is by far the most fun I've ever had making a movie. I am still working hard on it every day from morning till night, but we're having a great time creating something incredibly special for people. And I'd like to take this break now to take some questions from you guys.
Hey James, when was the first time you ever read Suicide Squad as a comic book? And who was your favorite character?
I read John Ostrander's original
This is
run
so
of Suicide
weird.
Squad. So I remember reading the very first issue of that run and falling in love with the concept,
I hate
with
Joker,
the
yeah.
characters. I loved the movie The Dirty Dozen that came out back in the 60s, and this was like a super villain version of The Dirty Dozen. And I loved the
I'm just going
character
through
of
Discord
Amanda
right now.
Waller, who was so different for the time, you know, in terms of being such a strong woman, but not kind of an anti-hero, but kind of bad, kind of good, not physically the same as everybody else you saw in comic books. And I just thought she was so cool. And of course, I loved all the characters and Boomer and
James
everybody.
Gunn,
and I
yeah.
just had a
Should
great
be
time
working on
reading that
Guardians of the
initial
Galaxy
run.
3. Exactly.
My name is Laisha Kondakar, and I'm a loyal DC fan, and I'm making this video from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I have a question for James Gunn. Which DC character were you most excited to write about for the Suicide Squad movie, and why?
Meisha, I think the character that I was the most excited to write for was Harley Quinn. I've loved this character ever since Paul Dini first put her in animated shows. I think that there's a sort of chaotic trickster
Wait, is this a
god
sequel to
nature
Suicide
her, where
Squad
she's just
2016?
always going off in random directions. And as a writer, that's
Or is
a
it like
really
a
fun thing to deal
reboot,
with, because she
basically?
takes you in places where you don't know you're going to go. So a lot of it was me writing for Harley, and a lot of it was Harley doing some of the writing for me during the Suicide Squad.
Hey, I'm Jake from State Farm, and
What the
setting
frick?
aside the massive amounts of damage that you must have had the squad rack up. in
It's
that
Jake
one
from
scene,
State
can you
Farm.
confirm
What?
the number of crashes and explosions? You know, asking for a friend.
Hey, Jake, I cannot confirm the exact amount of explosions and crashes, but
What?
I will say that we have about as many explosions and crashes in this film as in any film ever. In fact, the guy who did all of our
This is just
special
one
effects
big
on this film,
fever
Dan
dream.
Sudik,
Yeah,
who has done
I
almost all
don't-
of the Marvel movies, great movies, says that there are more effects in this film than all of those movies he's done combined.
Random
So we have
Who's
quite
this?
a huge special effects
It's Jake
explosion
from
extravaganza
State
for you
Farm.
guys.
You've said Ostrander's run was influential, but what else inspired you to feature these under-the-radar characters?
That is an amazing question. One I'm excited to answer, because I actually had a long talk with John Ostrander about this because he came and he visited the
that's
set.
for sure.
And I said, I don't think of this movie so much as an adaptation of your comics.
I'm gonna see what random cool stuff I can add on
to
OBS
your
now
comics, to your run in the comic books. What would John Ostrander be doing with these characters, if it was 30 years after he first started? And so I think that it has the spirit and the lifeblood of the Ostrander books, but I also like to continuously take in new supervillains, other supervillains who have sometimes been in the Suicide Squad comics over the years, but also a lot of characters like Polka Dot Man and Ratcatcher who have never been in the Suicide Squad, but who I just think are great DC villains who have something to offer and that we could have put into the movies. So that is where my biggest inspiration comes from.
Who were your favorite villains as a kid? And did working on this movie teach you anything new about these quote-unquote villains?
Wow, who were my favorite villains growing up? Well, I was a huge Batman fan, and I'm going to tell you who my favorite villain was, and maybe it's a little embarrassing, but I'm not embarrassed by it. It was Batmite. I loved Batmite.
Oh, Batmite's so funny.
I thought he was hilarious and creepy as heck. So Batmite was definitely my favorite supervillain. And don't think I didn't think about putting the Batmite in the Suicide Squad, because I did.
I saw the set photos of the Suicide Squad and I absolutely love the direction of the movie. But is it true that Flora Borg is playing Javelin Man? And if so, why? Also, is Nathan Fillion playing Blackguard?
Hey Milan, so
Can you speak up?
Flula playing Javelin Man? Well, his name isn't exactly Javelin Man, but in mere moments we are going to see who Flula and Nathan are playing in the film. And I'll give you a hint. One of them you got pretty correct, and the other one you didn't get correct. And there's a lot of people all over the internet who have theories about who people are playing, and sometimes they've been right, and sometimes they've been wrong. And so I guess we're going to answer all those questions in a minute. But I will tell you one thing, which is Flula Borg is the funniest guy in the entire world, and incredibly strange. But he's become a good friend through all this, and he's a great guy. And Nathan, of course, has been in all my movies. He's already been a friend. Here it comes, the time that so many of you guys have been waiting for. Who is who in the squad? You've heard a lot of the actors that are in this movie. You don't know who they're playing. Maybe you have some good guesses. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. We'll have to see. But here it is, everything.
You know the deal. Successfully complete the mission, you get 10 years off your sentence.
Okay, I think it's a sequel.
Welcome to Task Force X. These are your brothers and sisters for the next few days.
Okay, so Harley Quinn's still here. Oh, Polka Dot Man! Ages elbow, my god. Oh my god, Shark Guy! King Shark, yeah. Oh, you did growl? I didn't growl. Talk about. Oh, the Thinker! Pete Davidson! Top, alright. Make sure I give you shark, yeah. Oh, it's a furry! Ah. Captain Boomerang. What is this movie? Why are there so many characters? Okay, I think it's a sequel.
Here we go! We are introducing the cast and the characters they're playing of the Suicide Squad. First of all, we have Idris Elba as Bloodsport. John Cena as Peacemaker.
Oh my god, you
Jack
can't see
Malkin
me.
as Polka Dot Man. Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang. Nathan Fillion as TDK. Lula Borg as Javelin. This is like a really messed up Brady Bunch.
Really? Yeah, this is a screwed up Brady Bunch.
Ratcatcher 2. Pete Davidson is
Where did Deadshot go?
Blackguard.
That's they're coming, I think.
Mailing Ing as Mangao. Michael Rooker, unfortunately, is Savant. Had to put him in the movie. I deal with the devil. Peter Capaldi as the Thinker.
Oh, he could be a good thinker. Oh, it's a doctor. Holy crap.
Weasel. Steve Agee is John Economos and our on-set King Shark.
Yes.
Alicia Braga as Sol Soria. Juan Diego Boto is General Presidente Silvio Luna. Real great guy. Joel Kinnaman is, of course, Rick Flag. Viola Davis is Amanda Waller. And, of course, Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn.
Hey,
Go here! Together again!
Good.
Oh my god.
Are you excited to be a part of DC
I'm Mary
Fandome?
Poppins, y'all.
We're excited. This is gonna be great.
Well, we're gonna have some fun here. We're
Who
gonna
just
do-
said that?
We're gonna have some competition, which
The
it's
frick
not
is this
fun
cast?
unless there's somebody winning and somebody losing. And so I would like to have a couple of team leaders, and I think it only makes sense that we have the people in charge of the Suicide Squad, Viola Davis and Joel Kinnaman, as our team leaders.
Hey, team leaders.
What?
Why don't you guys go ahead and let's pick teams.
Bloodsport.
Thanks, thanks.
Oh, definitely.
This is feeling more like
All right, I'll
yeah.
take my girl Harley Quinn.
All right.
Yay.
I will take Savant.
Oh, good for you. What a bad mistake.
That is
Of course,
a
it's
bad
Rose in the movie, yeah.
That is. And you guys have scenes together too. I can't believe you made that
I
mistake.
gotta tell you, you just made a big mistake.
John Cena. I'll take John Cena.
I want to reassure you that that is a horrible decision.
No, I already know that.
I'm gonna take my boy, King Shark.
Okay, I will take my man Boomer, Jai Courtney.
All right.
Ratcatcher.
Ratcatcher 2.
Who? I will
Alright.
take
Yeah, I don't.
Lula Borg, the Javelin.
Yes. I guarantee we will lose.
Your cast is better, yeah.
I'm gonna take Polka Dot Man.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm gonna have to grab the weasel.
Oh, good man.
That's not on Rooker's team. Yeah.
The weasel.
Is that everybody?
Out of names.
What about what's making me feel really bad?
There's left.
There's only
So
one left.
sad.
It feels like high school again.
Did someone?
It totally feels like high school.
This is one of those
Yeah,
like
the
the
thinker,
basketball
Violet.
team.
Yeah, the Thinker.
Great idea.
Viola picks the Thinker.
Nathan
You guys are
Fillion,
losing already.
DK.
What is going on?
Sol Soria.
El Presidente.
Okay.
What about Mongo?
You got picked by Joel.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
I'll just watch.
Pete, this is sad. Victory cigarettes.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
All
I'll
right.
just pick Blackguard.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm so confused.
That went well. I think that went really well.
And then let's start off. We're going to go head to head, and we're going to start off with the team captains. Let's do Joel
What is?
and Viola. I'm going to pick. This is a good question.
Okay.
I know both of you know so much about the lore of DC Comics. There's a multiple choice, so you don't have to look terrible.
This is so confusing.
Out of all the squad members, who are the only characters to have had their own comic series? There's 2 of them, and I'm gonna list 4 options. A, Harley Quinn and King Shark. B, Harley Quinn and Amanda Waller. C, Harley Quinn and Peacemaker, or D, Harley Quinn and Boomerang? Which
This
two
guy's
have
like a
had
teacher right now, yeah.
their own series?
Harley Quinn and Boomerang.
Harley Quinn and Peacemaker.
Boom! Yes!
Yes!
That's correct!
What the frick?
Wow!
Even look, even I knew that. Okay.
Man, it'd be awesome if it was, though.
Polka Dot Man.
Polka Dot Man! Against
Mr. Sean Gunn.
Weasel versus Polka Dot Man. Old friends.
Oh,
I want a softball.
Oh, yeah, you have the special guest.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Hola. ¿Cómo están? How are you? I've got a question. What career military man probably wishes he'd never followed in his dad's footsteps?
Joaquin, the great Coachy Loco.
Rick Flag Jr.
I had Super Grover. Is Super Grover?
Oh, I love
Not
Super Grover.
Grover.
Wrong,
Rick
Sean.
Flag Jr.
You're wrong. Wrong canon.
Points for creativity?
Now, there's no multiple choice. You just got to answer right away, and you have to have it be the right choice.
Okay.
Who has more tattoos, Harley Quinn or Pete Davidson?
Harley Quinn. No.
Pete, Margot gets another point.
That is sad.
His character. Oh.
Give ASMR now.
I thought we were shooting. This is a
Absolutely
language,
not.
This is a misunderstanding.
That's always your answer when something goes wrong.
James.
Who's next?
The Bond.
Fillion, TDK.
What's the government's official code name for the Suicide Squad?
I thought it was the Suicide Squad.
No. Mayling's dying over there.
There's extremely.
Task Force X.
Task Force
X.
I can't say that even if I knew the answer.
You said it.
Task Force X.
You say it in the movie. Some of these are too easy. Hey, can we go to like one of our secret
That wasn't a
guest
question,
questions?
yeah.
Hey guys, which team member would you sacrifice first?
James Gunn.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Is that what you said, Steve?
That's what I said.
What's the answer, Jen?
I would have to go with Savant because he's played by Michael Rooker, and if anyone here has ever had to spend a day working with Michael Rooker, I think they'd probably have the same answer.
You know what? People are always like that. They always want to get rid of the most dangerous one first.
Wow.
Yeah, I understand where this is coming from.
Morale.
All right, we're gonna have Flula versus Elise. Oh boy! Which character made his or her first full appearance in Superboy number 9 in 1994? A. Mongal. B. King Shark. C. Bloodsport. D. The Thinker.
May I ask a question, Mr. Gunn?
Oh no. Yeah.
When you say full appearance, does this mean like everything was exposed? Is it
The character was
King
not
Shark.
fully exposed. No, the character had some items of clothing on.
Got it. Then I would answer King Sharky.
I was going to say B.
B. King Shark. How did you guys know that?
No. Oh, I said King Sharky. That's incorrect. So
okay, so it goes to Elise.
Yeah, sorry. Jeopardy rules, guys. Pronounce it right.
Like not even going to get.
Wait, he doesn't get that?
You can't just give away the point.
What? You can fool. You can't give away your point, dude.
Why not?
What is
I
your
give away
problem?
snacks at lunch. Have my point.
Hey.
Is he even on your team?
Yeah, Flula's on my team.
What are we doing right now? What's
He's
happening?
He's not.
You keep
Flula.
complaining.
He's not on our team? Oh, never mind.
You're on Viola's
Thank you.
team.
Everybody's so
I'm not on Luca's
confused.
team?
No.
I thought you were on my team too. But no,
Oh.
you're not on my team.
Okay.
Wait. We have another special question. Why don't we do the
I'm
last
playing
special
Super
question?
Mario Bros.
Hi guys,
3.
so now I have a serious question for you guys. I'm gonna test your smarts. Who shot Superman? Was it J.R. Ewing, Peacemaker, Bloodsport, Amanda Waller? Let me know.
That is Storm Reed.
My daughter.
Which of your
Oh, it's a guy,
characters
yeah.
is in prison for shooting Superman?
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport.
That's correct. Bloodsport is in prison for shooting Superman.
With a Krypton ball.
Storm
Oh,
Reid
there it
turns in
is.
An amazing performance in the
Tanuki
film.
suit.
And some of the most memorable scenes,
Frick.
like really, she's like amazing in the movie. Really, truly.
This is so confusing, yeah.
Oh my God. Is there anybody left? Pete, who's left?
Blackguard.
Against two.
Lula.
Oh,
great!
Oh,
Okay.
Flula.
Who will lose first, Pete?
What comic book series did the Suicide Squad debut in? A, The Brave
Whoa.
and the Bold. B, The Bold and the Beautiful. C, The Bravest of the Bold. Or D, Time to Die Hard.
Yeah.
Oh, Die Hard.
Pete, it's yours.
Pete, you did it!
Oh, wait. Idris Elba, Bloodsport, versus Mei Ling, manga.
Alright.
Okay, question. Which
Oh, the
character...
Batman trilogy. Yeah, I
This
don't
isn't
care about
fair.
this anymore.
Oh, well. Question. Which character goes into the mission armed with the most weaponry?
Bloodsport.
Oh, isn't it polka
Yeah.
Polka Dot's got all the dots that can do and bombs.
More of a condition.
Polka Dot can do. Like, he's got hundreds of weapons on him.
Well, it's just one weapon. It's polka dots.
What was the problem? I thought he
Bloodsport pulls off all the different kinds of weapons.
Sandals.
I didn't get the script.
The Mandel's weapon that he wears in the movie?
Oh, come on. Leave those
I
mandals
was actually...
alone. Really?
I was editing a scene yesterday, Idris, where you're, and I noticed for the first time that you're going up the side of a wall in your mandals.
Yeah.
Well, he always was. I guess he was always wearing his mandals in that scene. I
Always.
just never noticed till
Right.
yesterday.
Daniela,
I know, right?
Those mandals, don't you, Daniela?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, who's next? If given the chance, which superhero would your character like to take down?
It's not about taking anybody down. It's about trying to bring yourself up. You know? Just spread some positive vibes.
Someone just said Superman.
Cena for president after that answer. I'm going to vote for John. That's it.
Which new addition to the squad was the biggest surprise to you?
I think Weasel was the biggest surprise. You're going to expect him to be this crazy animal. He can't even. I mean, come on.
Wait till you see Weasel in action in the movie.
How is the movie? How does it look?
It's amazing. It's amazing. Like really, truly, it's just the most fun I've ever had. I love the movie. The studio is overwhelmingly happy with the movie.
Wow.
It's
I got pizza for you and
the,
me.
The action
thank
is
you.
great. It's funny. And it's really dramatic in the right places and very touching. It's great. And all of you guys, I mean, just down the
Frank, this is
line,
it.
it's just the greatest cast I've ever worked with by far. Just every single person is amazing. It's just a once in a lifetime thing for me. It was a blast to make, and it's just cutting together just completely fluidly. Honestly, I'm so grateful
That's nice.
to all of you
Congrats,
guys,
you guys.
except for Rooker. But I can cut around them pretty easily. So
He's looking at me every day on the cutting room floor. They don't even do that anymore, do they? It's all digital.
they made it digital for you, so we don't even have to look at you on the cutting room floor.
I just got to say, what an amazing experience it was. And it's because of you and all of these guys. You know, the atmosphere on that set was so positive. And such a warm, wonderful, supportive place to be. You know, not everybody has been in a big superhero movie, even if they've been Doctor Who or anything
not
like
right
that.
now.
So to walk onto a set like that can be quite intimidating. But the welcome that you and everybody here provided was just fantastic. So thank you and everybody here for that.
Leave it to the British guy to come in right at the end and say something beautiful that makes us all look stupid.
That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm called the thinker.
So the showdown champion, I believe, even though we haven't been keeping very good score, is Viola Davis's team.
I forgot they played that.
Damn it!
So you guys, right now, I have a little something special in store for you, which we have you guys right now And everybody out there in the DC
Marvel's
Fandome
just getting
universe
bullied.
are
Wow.
going to be the first to see a little behind-the-scenes action from the Suicide
Finally, something interesting.
I think it's going to surprise people.
You kind of sit there and go, how did they do that?
It's going to be different from any superhero movie ever made.
There's no one better in the world to direct the Suicide Squad than James Gunn.
I was excited with an opportunity to be able to do the Suicide Squad in the way it could be done from my point of view.
This one is completely unique. This is a gritty 1970s war movie combined with the brilliance of James Gunn's characters and comedy.
You need your director to set the vibe.
The Suicide Squad is just a twisted fantasy of characters.
Within each of our characters, there's a certain beauty. Within most of them. Some of them are just pretty crappy through and through.
Be like a douchey Captain America.
The guy who believes in peace at any cost, no matter how many people he needs to kill along the way.
Well, the Weasel's the weirdest character.
Don't ever settle back like you think you know where this is going, because you don't.
As soon as you have some sense about what's about to happen next, James comes in.
Everyone's exploding. Genitals, heads, arms, legs.
It's like a big, massive
Did you say
graphic novel
genitals?
brought to life.
This is by far the biggest movie I've ever made.
I don't think that you know what to expect.
Don't get too attached.
This has
Don't
been
get too
truly
attached.
the greatest.
Does that mean it's gonna be
most
bad?
exciting journey of my life making this film. Cut. That was great. So that was it. What do you guys think of that new clip we just saw? Anyway, I can't wait for everybody to see The Suicide Squad in theaters all the way in August 6th, 2021. We're still working on it, but man, I am so excited for everybody to see it. And I am grateful for everyone out there in the DC universe
for it's
who came
exactly
and,
right.
And checked out and hung out with us for a little while and saw this train wreck that would have gone perfectly smoothly if not for Michael Rooker. So, thank you guys.
Way to go, Viola and your team for the win! Ça va, DC Fandome? I'm Terry LTM, your French host, and I've got a big admiration for James Gunn and the cast. What a great teamwork. Now I'm even more excited for the Suicide Squad movie than before. How about you? Tweet us at #DC Fandome. And next, we have a very special DC fan guest with a question for Idris Elba. Gaël, mon fils, take it away.
Idris, you're a sport fan. What kind of training did you do for your role in the Suicide Squad?
Okay, so hi Gael, Idris. So yes, I am a sports
I just
fan.
want Batman, and then I can
am
stop.
a fan of all sports, but I played basketball, football, cricket, hockey as a kid, and then as an adult, I did kickboxing and a little bit of boxing. When I was training for this film, because there was a lot of work that we had to do, I basically didn't do a sport. I did a sort of general training package, which was more centered around my kickboxing training. So that's lots of circuits, lots of, cardio work, a little bit of weight training to get those big muscles up. And yeah, essentially working on that particular film, the work rate was so high, we were training every day on the job. So that's me.
Turns out Gaël isn't the only tennis player who is a massive DC fan. Now let's check in with two other mega fans who, like us, share a mutual love for Wonder Woman. Tennis star Venus Williams and director Patty Jenkins.
Come on, when Batman stuff.
Venus Williams, I'm so psyched that I get to meet you. It's amazing. It's so funny because here I am making Wonder Woman, and I'm constantly inspired by the different Wonder Women in the world. and you're you're like a quintessential one.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you too. Congratulations. You look amazing. I love your style, but more than anything, I love your work.
Thank you.
To talk to you about it.
Everything's lagging.
I know, me too. So I love the fact, it's very funny because now has come this time that I'm getting to make the.
Everything is broken. Spiders or insects, yeah.
She was beautiful and she could do anything and she saved the world, and that for me was my first introduction to Wonder Woman, and it was so iconic. And then after that, actually I was more introduced to Linda Carter as Wonder Woman and then on to DC Comics. So actually Wonder Woman was my first introduction into comics at all. And it really just started there.
If you had to create a superhero, what would you add to the party?
I gotta say, I was just talking to Jim Lee and we created a superhero named, ironically enough, I can't believe no one thought of this, Venus.
That's amazing.
So this superhero, she is antimatter and, the Monitor and the anti-Monitor, so she's somewhere in between and lives in the space between matter and antimatter. We just started talking and creating this character, so I think that's it.
I love the sound of that. And I also love, it's funny that we've had so few, there are plenty of great female superheroes, but so few of them have risen to a huge amount of focus. And I like that adds this whole other thing to the party, like many other the male superheroes have branched out to all of these different dimensions. That's a great one to bring forward.
I think so, and I think in my head, to me, there's good and bad in her. So she's trying to always
I'm just
stay
so
towards the good, but she has tendencies.
It's been interesting, kind of modeling power and grace and beauty yourself. How has been taking on that role yourself in this world been?
I really just try to be my best.
Yeah.
Be who I am, and most of all, I want to be proud of who I am and what I do when I look back.
I love this town.
Not cringe and say, my God, did I do and say that? That's not the memory I want.
Yeah.
I want to look back and be proud of how I've handled all of my moments. And in doing that, it's motivating to others. And you never know what's going to be motivating someone else. And there's so many things that have motivated me that other people have done. They never even knew that they touched my life. And so just by the simple act of being positive,
playing your Switch,
allowing the wins and the losses and the tough spots to just roll off of you. You never know who's watching, who you inspire, and quite obviously Wonder Woman does inspire lots of women in that sense.
Yeah, and you do too, and that's another thing is what I like is Wonder Woman always surprised me. She always surprises me by not having to be showy about her power and not having to be belittling or not having to be all these things that we sort of saw power meaning. You're kind of defying all of these things now as an entrepreneur, because we all knew of you as a great tennis player, but then you've turned around and started this amazing clothing line.
Yeah, there really is no limit. And with my activewear brand 11 by Venus, that is honestly the value of it, is that you're going past the 10. You don't set a limit.
I like that.
Yeah.
There are 8 people.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Being well, being positive, all those things help you to get past your limits. So you do have to take care of yourself so you can get there. And we always say better, not best. So best is a moment. I won Wimbledon at some point, but then maybe I didn't win the next year and someone else was the best at that moment. But if you're always going for better, then you're constantly transcending that moment best.
That's really cool. I love 11. I got a chance to sneak peek your Wonder Woman inspired line, which is so awesome. And here's what I like about it so much. And it's funny because it doesn't surprise me that it came from you at all. When I first came to the Wonder Woman brand, people either wanted to go too hard or too soft. It was like, is she masculine or is she feminine? And it was an interesting thing that it was when a bunch of women showed up that we were kind of like, no, it can be both. So I love that you as a designer are, of course, speaking my language of oh, that's got such edge and awesomeness to us. but to everybody, but it's not leaning, it's not about being a woman or a man.
I agree with you. Women are powerful and men are powerful too. So you don't have to try to be either or.
Yeah.
We all have an innate power in ourselves.
So how did you approach the line?
I really wanted to do something that really represented Wonder Woman, but in a less traditional sense.
Yeah.
So it's away from the red, white, and blues, but focused on the stars. And especially with, of course, Linda Carter, I'm inspired by that. And I have to say, every time I design an outfit for the Olympics, it's designed after Wonder Woman. So I have like this inspiration behind it. And every 4 years, this outfit that I wear is inspired by Wonder Woman. But this time I wanted to stick with the symbolism of her and not necessarily that color palette. So that's how we came up with this sparkling star, black and white. Anyone can wear a black and white, and there's gold in it as well. And then these elements of surprise and wonder. And so we have these crystals with
oh my god, I don't care about your
amazing
clothing
Wonder Woman
brand,
crest.
Serena.
That's so cool. That's awesome.
Venus.
I think we talked about this already, but your first memory of Wonder Woman and kind of, well, you can talk about that, but also like connect that memory of Wonder Woman to where you are now. Making film.
Yeah.
What's that feel like? And does it feel full circle? Because to me, it feels like something you were meant to do.
Here's what's interesting about it. So my first memory of Wonder Woman is my mom never let us watch TV, and or alternately, we didn't have a TV. So I saw it at a friend's house, and I just remember just like the catnip zeroing in on it. And immediately the thing that it turned into was the role play on the schoolyard. I was in elementary school, and everybody would play who they were. And I remember it became imperative to get out onto the yard first so that you could declare you are Wonder Woman. So all these years later, when it became something I got to do, there were lots of Wonder Woman fans, but it was very important to me that whoever did the movie was a fan, and I was. So I found myself in this situation where it's both totally surreal that you get to be the one to do it after having a childhood connection. On the other hand, I was like, well, I don't know who else is a fan here trying to direct this movie, but I know that I am.
No.
So I'm happy that it's somebody who can be a guardian of that legacy, you know? And that was the first thing I did was call Linda Carter. And I called Linda and I said, you're going to read in the trades that we're doing a new Wonder Woman, and I want you to know we're not here to reinvent Wonder Woman or redesign Wonder Woman. I simply want to take the torch of something you gave to me and pass it forward to the kids of the next generation.
Marvel or
people
DC?
Of the next generation.
Marvel.
And so I want to continue that. She's been a dear friend ever since, but it was about kind of honoring.
But I still like DC.
Legacy.
Okay, so why do you think that
it's not, but I don't like it as much as Marvel?
Not only have real but fictional role models that are like Wonder Woman.
My mother is a feminist and like really shielded me in a way from a belief that I would hit limits. And so I feel like between the Wonder Womans of the world and the way that I grew up, nobody was ever telling me I couldn't. And I was seeing, so I was able to look at other women in the world doing incredible things. And, you know, athletes and actresses and, you know, scientists
all of these things,
and think like, oh, okay, cool. I wasn't focusing on that it wasn't possible. I always thought it was perfectly possible. It took many years for me to see how far behind we still were in so many ways. And that's too bad. But I think that that's always been my goal, is to be a part of, like, let's not fight and let's not justify and do all of those things. Let's just assume, of course, it's possible that all of these people can do so many things. So it is the seeing it and seeing people like you out in the world doing incredible things that, of course, makes it seem attainable to other people.
I love that. I feel like we grew up in the same home.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to say can't. You were in major trouble if you said that. We weren't really allowed to watch TV unless it was educational programs. So I think we have a lot of stories. A lot of stories we could share.
I know.
In the multiverse, you lived right there too, but just another planet.
Yeah, exactly. I think that your parents, or of course I faced a lot of blocks, but it wasn't like I wasn't thinking there was going to be sexism that held me back at all. I was absolutely just propelling forward. And so I think that that's where like having an idealized world and being raised in a place where you believe that sort of thing is possible makes a big difference of like, you can do things. And so, yeah, modeling it for kids and people is amazingly important.
Extremely important. What do you think sets Wonder Woman apart from other superheroes?
I think it's her moral hopes for mankind. I can't think of any other superhero who, I think a lot of them who have great morality, of course, and lots of complex things, but someone whose mission is to make mankind better. She's not perfect or above it either. So her own struggles to figure out how to use her power and be helpful is so interesting to me. I loved graphic novels right from the start because I loved Little Nemo and Slumberland, and I would look at all of these graphic novels, and then I loved superheroes, so I transitioned pretty easily over to
it's Suicide Squad,
sometimes comic books, sometimes
it really
more
wasn't that
highbrow,
good.
you know, comic book art books and things, and it came quite naturally.
Quite naturally. I think you touched on something earlier too, where you talked about you didn't know what blocks you would face.
Yeah.
And I think that happens with Wonder Woman too, that she doesn't know what she's going to
Sad,
face.
yeah.
How were you able to deal with some of the things that you faced on your road to where you are now? And what advice would you give for women who want to follow in your footsteps? And I hate saying women, because if you're a director, you should be the best director. If I'm a tennis player, I should be one of the best tennis players to ever play. Why should I have to be singled out for these other things? So regardless, sometimes this is how the world looks at us, and we know that women do face more challenges to get to the top.
Wait.
So what is your advice?
Are they
and
saying
how
that
did
they're
you feel
not
when you
women?
faced those roadblocks? How did you get through them?
It was after I was successful, actually. After I had made Monster that I started to see, I'm a woman director. Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. And all of a sudden I started to see limitations or hopes or wants or expectations on me because of that. And that was when it really surprised me. It's because I thought, I wasn't thinking about being a woman. I'm just a director. And yes, I make movies starring women, but we're not women films. We're just making films. Almost Wonder Woman-like. I've always tried to say, that's their problem. Like, this is their problem. I'd love to help you with it by surprising you with what I can do. But I have to focus on what I'm doing over here and do the best job I can while you get over your expectation of what people can do. I can't be bothered, and I want to always be a part of the voice of change in as big of a way as I can, but also not let that get in your head. So I try to just aim to be end-minded,
Last questions from my end is, let's talk about the Amazons and Wonder Woman and how amazing that they look in their outfits and how boss they are. I love all of that. Can we talk about stone women, costumes, and all of that?
We want
There are
to
many
look at
set
trailers
patterns for doing warfare and competition, but they all are very specifically masculine, which you don't really think about until you start trying to design it. And the fighting is, like I said, headbutting and, so getting into what they would do, what competition would be, how it would work, and what kind of clothing they would wear. It's not unlike you and how you dress and the things that you design, where it's like they don't need to be sexed up in an inconvenient way, but they also wouldn't not care about what they look like. They'd also care and have ownership in what they're thinking that what they're putting on is both functional and cool. It's a fun thing to try to represent an entire world in this incredible tribe of Amazons. It reminds me of the kind of sports I've watched you do, so that makes me so happy.
Stay in touch. I love this whole conversation. I really
do.
We're in the same home.
I know, and I mean it when I say it's so funny, because I really do sit around and talk about what Amazons are and what Wonder Woman is, and you literally are out there in this world walking around demonstrating it all the time. And that's what's so cool is being the director of it. Sometimes people will say, I've never seen a movie like that before. And I'm like, yeah, but you see the women, you've seen the women, you've seen people like you. So it's interesting that it's such an unusual thing. So nice to meet you. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank God. Finally, it's over.
Wow, I had no idea Venus was such a huge DC fan like us. Not only do we here in the DC fandom want to know what you out there in the fanverse think, but we also want to know what you can do. We asked and you didn't disappoint. You sent in the best of your best cosplay and fan art, and
We've
here's
already
just
looked
a
at
sample
cosplays.
of the amazing talents out there in the DC fandom.
Oof, I'm late, yeah. Sorry, Cookie. Okay, Apple, wow. No, God. What did I miss? Nothing. Literally nothing. It's just cosplays now.
What is a boss? It is someone who's confident, reaches their goals, and uses their inner strength as a superpower to get through life. You do not want to miss this next conversation as we gathered some of the most electrifying females from Megan Good to Candice Payton, the new Batwoman, Javicia Leslie, and more for a conversation we called Boss, Female of Color within the DC Universe, moderated by celebrity DJ D Nice and Grammy Award-winning singer Estelle.
No,
what's a boss? 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 It's me. That's me.
That's me.
That's me.
No, isn't a boss
What's
an
happening,
owner of
folks?
a
How you
company?
feeling? Welcome to the DC Fandom. My name's Estelle, and
my name is D Nice, and welcome to Boss, Females of Color within the DC Universe panel.
right, we're going to start off by introducing some of the panelists today. Megan Good, who plays Darla Shazam on Shazam the film.
And I'm a big fan of this show. Candice Patton, who
Oh,
plays
that's
Iris
cool.
West Allen
Oh.
on Flash.
We got Nafisa Williams, who plays Anissa, Thunderbird, Blackbird on Black Lightning.
Oh
Yes,
my
and
God.
Chantel Tweed, she plays Grace Choi on Black Lightning.
We got Javicia Leslie, who plays Ryan Wilder, aka Batwoman, on Batwoman. Hey.
We also have Anna Jope, who plays Coriander on Titans.
Hey, we got Damaris Lewis. My little sis, I love it. Plays Blackfire on Titans.
And we have Tala Ash, who plays Zari Tarazi on DC's Legend of Tomorrow.
Awesome. So we want to start this off with taking a minute to congratulate the newest boss of the entire group, Javicia Leslie, the first Black actress to play Batwoman. I love this is huge news, given that only a few iconic Black actresses, Eartha Kitt, Halle Berry, and recently announced Zoe Kravitz. I know to hang around the Batcave, but they're Catwomen. Javicia said she want to be Batwoman. So, that's a huge thing. So we want to congratulate you and big you up for
I'm glad for them, good, empower women. But this is about superheroes
kind of like your
and trailers.
Your blueprint. Who do you think? Who was the person that you said, "Oh, this is why I want to do this"?
I've always truly admired Eartha Kitt. But I admire Eartha Kitt even outside of acting. I love her for her activism and the fact that she used her art for activism. And
Colors.
just her mentality in general, the things that she would say and how dynamic they were, and then just as a woman and the power that she had as a woman.
That's incredible. Do you got a question?
Yes,
think it would be
so I have a
tomato
question for
time.
Anna.
No.
How's playing the role of Starfire changed your life?
It's a big question. I think as many people know, when I was cast, there was a lot of backlash because people were upset that some people were upset that it was a Black woman that they cast, and
they weren't upset because she was Black. She was upset because it wasn't canon to the comics.
And my faith, I guess, in a way that I haven't ever really had to do before. And also, it's been incredible to see what that meant for a lot of people. A lot of marginalized people reach out to me, be it Black or gay or trans or whatever, and it's incredible to be, even if some small inspiration for them. So, I guess in those ways.
It's definitely important during this time as well.
I'll throw one up to anybody who wants to answer. Like, when you're a BIPOC, seeing someone who looks like you play a character you've grown up loving is super powerful. I know that playing Garnet. And how does it make you feel knowing that you may be someone's first introduction to the world of superheroes? Like, what is the thing? How does it feel when the kids react to you or the people say?
I remember really early, we started our show in 2014, and I remember shortly after we aired, I remember getting a tweet from a mom, and she was saying that her and her daughter were watching The Flash, and her daughter was watching my character, and she was like, Mommy, Iris West is so beautiful. She looks just like me. Does that mean that I'm beautiful too? And she tweeted that to me, and I get teary-eyed to this day thinking about it. And I remember tweeting her back and saying, yes, tell your daughter we are beautiful. Like, remind her we are beautiful.
My daughter's 8 years old, and when I told her that, I was doing this with you guys, she was like, are you serious? Can I come in? Can I sit with you?
Okay, so for Damaris, all right, so you've been in this industry as a whole for a while, right? Whether it's you being a model, you've danced for Prince, like you've been a dancer, you've done some things in your life, and I've been part witness to a lot of it.
They have the weirdest characters, yeah, right?
I remember seeing you on the screen and thinking to myself, she better work. That's literally my first thoughts on seeing you in your role. As you move forward in your career, what exactly was the point of pivot? What was the point where you said,
there isn't a panel
for
another hour, so I'm just going to work out for a little bit, and then we should be back. I'll be right over here.
AMD have been part of my journey. I think are always showing up. The pivot for me was when I started getting booked for being different. And that's when I realized that being different was my superpower. I have spent my entire life, I had the luxury of working with Prince and having him being my mentor. And this is a person who prided himself on being different. But until it happens to you, you don't really believe it. And so, modeling is one beast. Dance is another beast. Acting is another beast. And I've always been that kid in the corner. I've always been that person that thought a little bit differently. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of examples of what happens when you think differently.
I will tell you, you were a superhero when I first met you. I met you because of Estelle at one of Prince's shows.
Wow.
And the way you were walking across the stage, it was like, well, who is this? Like, it was just so confident to walk across the stage like that with Prince. And to see the type of success you're having right now, we all knew it was going to happen, and we're all proud of you.
I love y'all. Thank you.
It's awesome. So, Chantel, I have a question for you. So, who were your role models, whether females or just anyone in the industry? Like, who inspired you?
I think growing up, I had Maggie Cheung, who did a lot of Wong Kar-wai films, as someone I admired a lot, and Sandra Oh, who broke a lot of barriers with the work she's done. But I also love doing theater. So a lot of actresses who've done theater and film and television is something I admire a lot, like Tessa Thompson or Felicia Rashad and Kate Blanchett. So I love actresses who use their craft not just as a way of exposure, but really to like as a craft, digging deep and using it in a way that can change lives in their own lives. Like my grandmother, who left Vietnam during the war with her 10 kids on a boat. Wow. And that, for me, the personal heroes in my life, I think probably have marked me the most.
Wow, that's awesome.
How do you liberate yourselves and or subsequently your characters from the hypersexualized, exotic stereotypes that can be attached to Black and multicultural women? And what advice can you offer young girls about how to reclaim their sexuality, power, and confidence?
For me, one of the reasons that I was really excited to play Darla Dudley is because
she's actually 8. And for me, you know, I have come from, you know, throughout my 20s, I was very much like that sexy girl, the love interest, the whatever it may be. And so breaking out of that space in my late 20s was really difficult. And what I learned was the fun thing is there's nothing wrong with owning your sexuality and wanting to be beautiful and sexy and strong and all those things. But also it's about, you know, as she was saying earlier, humanizing whatever character you are now living and breathing and finding the things about them that are human and real that people can relate to, that are not just an idea of like, oh, that looks great and like that's awesome, but like who is this person at the core that makes her not just relatable to other people, but especially as being Black women, relatable as a Black woman, because that experience is unique. No matter what the experience is as a woman, you're Black first, you know? And so I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to owning a certain part of it and being happy because we are women. You know, why should we not lean into all of who we are, but also being able to lean into all of it and being proud of all of it and figuring out how that works for each character. And for me with Darla Dudley, that was like a dream come true because I pretty much am like size somewhere teeter between like 9 and like 50 something in everyday life. So it was nice to not lean into the sexuality at all and lean into the goofy side of me that really only my husband and like my close friends get to see all the time.
Now, firsts are important. And I think a lot of us here are firsts, seeing Black superheroes and people of color being superheroes, period. And women of color being superheroes. Nafisa, as half of the popular Anissa Grace couple on Black Lightning, what have you learned from our brothers and sisters in the LGBTQIA plus community? What's been the feedback? What's been the thing? I feel it when I play Garnet, which is a whole other character. But like, what's been the feedback? What's been the thing? Because that's something that is wide and broad, and you stand for something major here, you know?
Thank you. And I'm really honored to play this role, the first Black lesbian superhero, right? Because when I think of that, I think about all the Black lesbians who have not been able to visually see themselves when they go to the cinema or they watch their favorite TV shows. And for me, it's one thing of knowing that there was a void for it, but when you're in that role and you're getting the feedback, you realize the importance of it and how much it's necessary and how much it's needed. And for me, the feedback that I once got, and I feel like Candace, I get emotional, and this is one that sticks out to me every time someone asks me this question, is I was at a Comic-Con and a young woman came up to me and she was full on tears and she said, I feel normal being a lesbian after seeing Thunder. So for me, my job is done. I feel like God has used me in that sense. As storytellers, I believe it's our purpose and it's our duty to tell stories that are important, especially for our culture. So that's the biggest reward of all, knowing that people are seeing themselves, little girls, when they see my character, they see themselves in the hood with cornrows. We didn't have superheroes who looked like us before.
Amazing.
So speaking of first, as the first Muslim superhero on television, Tala, how important is it for your role as Zari be authentic to your heritage?
It's really important. I think it's more important that it's kind of authentic to her heritage. Obviously, I bring myself to the role and what I am, which is an immigrant, which is an Iranian American. But when I heard she was going to be the first, and I say Muslim American because I think it's really important that we keep the American part of it, because it's so easy to otherize in these situations. And so when it was first Muslim American superhero, I felt the weight of that. And I think the really smart thing that my show did, which every show should do, is that when they hired me, they hired a Muslim American writer.
Wow, that's great.
Shout out to Oba Muhammad, who is a wonderful human and a wonderful writer. So when I heard Muslim American superhero, to bring it back around, I was like, we have to get this right. Representation matters so much. It's so important that like little brown girls all over this, not just girls, all little brown children all over the world are seeing someone like me and being like, oh, that like opens my mind. That opens possibilities. But also people who, are in maybe parts of our country who will never be exposed to a Muslim American. If they can connect to the character, I feel like we've done our job, you know? And yeah, that's just what we're trying to do.
I think it's great that you recognize that it's not just about little girls, you know, because there are some, you know, boys of color that are watching all of you that are feeling inspired because of the roles that you're playing. So, you know, thank you to all of you for doing that, being great representations. So I want to throw a question out there. Anyone can answer. So which of your characters' superpowers would you like to have in real life to combat like social injustice that's going on here today?
Yeah, everybody has to answer this one.
This isn't my This isn't my superpower, but I'm on a time travel show. So I have a lot of changes I'd love to make to history. There's a lot of dates. I could there's a date in 2016 in November. I'd go back there first.
Well, Corey can set people on fire, which sounds really violent and terrible, but
why not? I did steal my husband's superpowers in one episode and became the fastest woman on the planet. So I guess if I had super speed, I would clearly super speed a lot of people out of precarious police interactions.
So my character, Thunder's superpower is super strength. So I use my super strength to arrest the police officers who took the life of Breonna Taylor and countless others. That's all I'm really concerned about these days. So that's what I would use my strength for. As I'm using my personal strength to do it, I think Thunder's strength is a bit more intense than mine. So I definitely borrow her strength for that.
Yes.
I take from a different part of Blackfire has some issues with her family. And that means that she's had to spend a lot of time going inside and trying to figure out why she has those issues. And so that's the thing that I would take and I would give everybody right now. I'd give everybody the ability to go inside and truly ask yourself how we got here.
Yeah, I would use shape-shifting power to swap some people out of the office.
That's a pretty good one.
I feel we were talking about this, Batwoman doesn't necessarily have a superpower, but I do have the ability to put a mask on and do things that I feel other citizens are too scared to do based off of, it ruining their reputation or it putting their family in danger.
What does being a boss mean to you?
I think being a boss is making more bosses. I think that we have to everybody on this call right now has to give it up for the people who came before us, who took the crap, who showed up every single day with the circumstances that they were handed. I don't think they get enough credit. The stunt people, the people behind the scenes who are editing us, the people whose names never get called when people are accepting their awards at award shows. We are here because of previous bosses, and now it's our obligation to reach down and make even more. It's like making sure that every move that I make, the algorithm is real when it comes to social media, and whether we like it or not, we have no idea who's following us or what it's showing up as. And the reality is they're taking what we do and they're mimicking it. So how do you want to be mimicked? And really, how do you want to show up if bossing is a thing that you want to be forever? So first of all, shout out to all the other bosses on this call, and thank y'all for showing up.
Being a boss means following your heart and also being of service to others.
I think to me, being a boss is knowing that it's bigger than you.
I was going to say that, the word boss, and when this panel came up for me, it reminded me, we also get called divas. And the flip side of that is we also get called difficult, bossy. And for me, being a boss, especially a boss as a Black woman, a woman of color, means standing in that, being okay with being labeled as difficult if it means that I have to stand up for what's right and do the right thing. You know, I've had to learn as I get older to not be afraid as a Black woman to speak up, because I've been taught so much in my life to be quiet, be grateful, don't say too much, don't ask for too much, don't disturb too much, you know, just go with the flow. And, you know, in the last several years of my life, I have been able to find my strength in being able to stand up for myself and for others, more importantly. And I think often we get labeled as divas, difficult, you know, and I love that we changed that title into boss, because that is really being a boss. It's really being a boss. Like when I go to work, I'm a boss. I'm a boss for me and I'm a boss for everyone around me, meaning that I will stand up for you. And if that means that I have to take on a label as being difficult to do the right thing, then that's what it takes, you know. And I think that's what we have to do as Black women, is be bosses for each other. So yeah, I'm proud to be a boss.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you for allowing me to be the only man in this conversation.
D-Nice, thank you for being such a blessing to all of us during this pandemic. What you did and took upon yourself to do gave so many of us just light when we truly, truly needed it. So well, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more time, we're going to do a roll call. Okay. Do a roll call. Make some noise for Megan Good. Make some noise for Karen. Make some noise for Chantal Tweed. Make some noise for Javisa. Make some noise for Anna. Make some noise for Damaris. And make some noise for Tyler.
Hola, mis amigos. I'm Damian Moya from Madrid, Spain. Where are you watching us from? Tweet us your location and your favorite DC superhero with hashtag DC Fandom. One of my favorites is Batman. He's smart, successful, cool, crafty, and I don't know anyone who looks better in a mask. But I have to confess, I'm one of those guys who isn't really sure how one Bat can star in so many different stories and in so many ways. Comics, films, TV, games. Don't worry, I'll watch it all. But I can't help think it takes some real world-greatest detective smarts to pull off a strategy like that. How do the folks at DC do it? Well, we're about to find out, because up next we have a panel dedicated to the legacy of Batman and the Bat family. From the Good Fight, please welcome actor and bona fide Batman blur, Nyambi Nyambi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Legacy of the Bat, the DC Fandome panel where we take a deep dive not just into Batman's history, but how he has created and inspired proteges that have grown into an extended Bat family. I'm Nyambi Nyambi, and I am pleased to introduce our esteemed panel of Bat experts. So first off, much like the Cape Crusader himself, our first panelist is a legend in the comics industry, Jim Lee.
Hey, how you doing? Exciting to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, thank you. She's the first person to pull Batwoman from the pages of the comics and bring her to life on your TV screens. And soon she'll be ushering an all-new vigilante crime fighter into the world. Please welcome the showrunner for television's Batwoman, Caroline Dries.
Hi.
Caroline. Yes. You've already seen the big announcement from this next panelist's new video game, Gotham Knights. So please welcome back the creative director for WB Games Montreal, Patrick Reddick.
Hey, how's it going?
Please, everyone, I want to welcome the legendary John Ridley.
Thank you.
Our next panelist portrays one of the most well-known longtime members of the Bat family. He pushed this character into a whole new light when he uttered just 2 little words. From Warner Brothers Television's Titans, it's Nightwing himself, Brenton Thwaites.
Hey, guys.
Brenton, you are the first person to play a live-action version of Nightwing, but it's been a journey over the past 2 seasons of the show, and a pretty bold decision was made to kick off the show by having Robin say 2 little words, the now infamous Batman.
Dick Grayson is not just fighting crime, he's stepping over the line a little bit here.
And the Batman was thrown in there to show that he is attempting to break away from Batman, and he's kind of sick of fighting crime in Batman's shadow. And that's kind of what season 1 was about. And then at the end of season 2, obviously, he develops into Nightwing, which is a character that for me kind of symbolizes putting away his past and finally developing into this character that can lead and that has a moral compass and that can fight crime in the way that he truly believes.
And then having a new Robin come into play with Jason Todd. What was that like to explore in terms of, that relationship?
Jason Todd is a rebellious character who doesn't have the same respect for authority that, let's say, Dick Grayson has. And I think Dick Grayson tries to mentor him and tries to offer up that open channel should Jason want it. And, I think that he watches Jason make a few mistakes and tries to step in, and Jason doesn't want that.
So, Dick Grayson and Jason Todd were both mentored by Batman, but there's another member of the Bat family with a different origin. I'm speaking, of course, about Batwoman, because Batwoman's not a sidekick. She never was a sidekick. She entered the Bat family a fully realized superhero, right?
I think the fun that we had with season 1 is Kate finding her way into being a superhero. It's all about the learning curve. And then it's the moral responsibility of learning, like, how do I deal with this and how do I best represent the Bat legacy? So it was really just about her arc into becoming the superhero.
It's a very personal story in terms of what Kate Kane is going through. Why was that story so special for you?
So my opportunity as a writer was to say, how do we represent Batman through the eyes of a woman, and in this case, through the eyes of a lesbian woman. And part of her growth was realizing, as Kate, I am a lesbian and I'm open and out and comfortable, but there's this irony in I put on this costume and I automatically hide that thing that makes me so unique. I think an important story that we tell this season is that Batwoman literally comes out of the closet so that people see not just Kate Kane, who's a cool badass CEO, cool girl. I want to see the superhero that I'm looking up to on the rooftop and saying, oh, that is somebody I could be someday.
You're now poised to break even more ground in season 2 with the first Black actress to ever play Batwoman, which is huge.
It's huge. It's awesome. Kate Kane has disappeared in season 2. And it was controversial to the fans because, of course, they love Kate Kane. And so, of course, we're going to keep her part of the show. But it also gave us this really unique opportunity to create a new Batwoman. And I decided to make up a character named Ryan Wilder, who is the opposite of Kate Kane. Ryan Wilder is a character that Batwoman needs to protect. And so it just really provided a new rich storytelling device for us. And we couldn't be happier to have our new Batwoman.
And as a special bonus treat, she just said it, we have Ryan Wilder herself, the new Batwoman, with us here today. Please welcome Javicia Leslie.
Yeah.
And how does it feel to be the new face of Batwoman?
I found out an hour before everybody else found out. So I was pretty shocked along with the entire world. And then I was like looking through some of the articles, and one of the publications put Javicia Leslie is breaking history by being the first Black woman to play Batwoman. And then it changed for me.
Reading, the comics and seeing these superheroes as a Black man, I wouldn't see him as a white guy. I would just see him as Batman. And so then it allowed me to then imagine myself as Batman. So then for the world to actually see someone playing Batwoman, it's such a huge thing to me because I feel like it lets people know that any of us can step into the shoes.
What I love about DC, what I love about WB, what I love about Berlanti is that you have these iconic characters, and they've done this amazing job making them so many different ethnicities and shapes and sizes and things that weren't as typical as you may have imagined when you were a kid and seeing them. And what DC has done, what WB has done, what Berlanti has done is they've showed us that you could be anything, no matter what the color of your skin is.
Now, how do you see this incarnation of Batwoman fitting into the full legacy of the Bat?
Well, at first, she doesn't fit. That's the story. She doesn't fit. Literally, she makes it fit her. And in making it fit her, she makes the Bat accessible to this whole other world of people who normally might not have had a hero to look up to. And so she, puts her stamp on the legacy.
All right, Jim, Okay, you've been doing this for a few years, right?
Yes.
Right? For a few years.
Yeah.
You've been around the block.
Yes.
How many times do you think you've drawn Batman?
I've been at DC since 1998. So I figure I've drawn, like, what is that, 22 years? So at least 22 times, but I think no more than 10,000. So somewhere kind of in between the two, yeah.
So what is it about Batman to you that makes his legacy such like a lasting one?
At the core of it, he's the ultimate underdog, right? He's in a world of all these crazy characters with amazing powers, and all he has is his wealth and his smarts and his ambition and sort of obsessive need for justice. So I think we can all relate to him because he's very human in that respect. And I think he also really has something for everyone.
What's also dope about growing up with Batman is actually growing up with Robin. And how Robin has sort of grown into his own person, becoming Nightwing. Talk about that growth.
The introduction of Robin really kind of changed the tone of the character, from a brooding loner. Now he has this responsibility to a young ward that he's mentoring. It makes him more human and is a path to redemption for himself, right? To find his humanity. It was kind of an important turning point in the character, and has led to this extended Batman family that you see. So we're super excited to announce that we have acclaimed writer John Ridley coming on board. In January of 21, John will be working with artist Nick Darrington, who's fantastic. I'd love to hear from John kind of what led him to this character and how he's going to approach it.
A big part of my life has been around Batman, has been around people who choose to do better. And even if some of that is just wish fulfillment, it is part of what we want our young people, kids to believe in, that everybody can be part of the process. And for a long time, as was said, for those of us who are outside of the prevailing culture, it didn't matter the race of Batman or Superman or Wonder Woman. We just identified with the idea of trying to be the fabric of an environment that was better. I think it's a pretty safe bet that if I'm writing Batman, it's probably a little better than a 47% chance he's going to be a person of color. That's what I would say. What's very exciting for me is that I'm going to have the opportunity to delve into the Fox family. So you have Lucius Fox, this character who has been, other than Alfred, probably the person who's been at Batman's side maybe the longest. But he has a family, and this is a family that has secrets, has kept secrets from one another. It's a little bit different dynamic than the Batman that we've always seen.
So everyone loves Batman. He has millions of fans. He has inspired one of the most badass entourages since the OK Corral. And yet there is one amongst us, I see him smiling already, working on a game where Batman is actually dead.
We wanted to take away any certainty, any feeling of safety, so we could take a Gotham City, where Bruce Wayne has been operating as Batman for like 15 years, with all that history, with his whole network of allies, and then take him out of the picture. It really demands players figure out, how would I step up and how would I protect Gotham City?
Let's take a quick look at what's coming out of WB Games Montreal next year.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize that Batman is gone. Gotham will need its protectors more than ever.
Okay, so before we wrap up, we have a fan question brought to you by one of Gotham City's good neighbors, Jake from State Farm. We all know Jake from State Farm. Take it away, Jake.
Jim Lee, hello. Wow, I'm a huge fan, and I love your work. I mean, obviously. Okay, let's get to it. So, James from the US asks, when you first started drawing Batman, what or who were your inspirations for your design for that character?
For those of you that collect comics, I think one of my main influences is an artist named Neil Adams. He just brought this, sense of reality, fancy word, verisimilitude to his art. I just looked like it was real, like you go out and touch it. This is before there were movies and TV shows, so this is as good as it got for us. And then there was another artist later, Frank Miller, who, I was in college, and Dark Knight Returns came out, and that was real. That changed my life. I mean, that was the story that kind of inspired me to pursue a career in comics. So when I drew my own story in Hush, I actually started out drawing Batman kind of thick and blocky, kind of like how Frank draws it, kind of homage to Dick Sprang, which was an artist from yesteryear. But then as I drew more and more of the character over the course of the year and a half I worked on that project, by the end it was kind of leaner and looked more like a Neil Adams physique. Those were my two influences.
Clearly, we're all big Batman fans here, right? We're all big Batman fans here. That's why we're here. I'm a fan too. This is one of my many statues that I have here. So I have a fan question for all of you. What would you say is your first memory of Batman?
Obviously, Eartha Kitt was a huge influence because she was the first Catwoman. And to see that role and to see her really be her, because that's her personality in general, it really brought like this sexiness to something that was, to me, originally when I was a kid, I felt like was a boy's world. Then The Dark Knight came out. And that's when I was insanely addicted to the world of my craft, of my art. And to see Heath Ledger and all these iconic actors play these iconic characters is when I became obsessed.
I gotta say, I'm with Javicia. As a kid, I knew of the world and was a fan of Batman, but it was really the Batman Begins, Nolan's Batman, that really, as an actor, threw me into the world.
I agree. I think that was the first time I saw a superhero movie where I was just expecting it to be a superhero movie, and it was about a character, and it was that, Batman Begins, just how did this boy become this vigilante?
I watched the Adam West TV show as a kid. I remember spending hours playing with the Batmobile and shooting little pellets out of the mortar in the back, and that's kind of my history of the character.
John.
There was a world's finest two-parter from years ago. It was Batman and Superman, who were captured and put into a Soviet gulag in Siberia. Everything about it was so painful and torturous and grounded, but at the same time, it's about people being heroic when the odds are completely against you.
Patrick Redding.
I think for me, what hit me the hardest was Batman Year One. That struck me the most and made me really fall in love with that character in that world.
Thank you all for watching. Be sure to stick around, and we hope you are enjoying DC Fandome.
So many amazing world-changing things coming down the Bat Tunnel. But if you can't get enough of the Bat, don't worry, we've got more Bat-related news, never-before-seen content, and director Matt Reeves all right here in the DC Fandome. And it's all coming your way, so stay with us.
There's little bits there's Batman stuff that is coming in that I don't want to talk about because, that stuff is best left as a surprise, and those who get it, and those who don't. But the big Batman mythology character that is coming that we're going to meet this season is Lucius Fox, which is very exciting. Not cast yet, so can't say who's going to play it, but he comes in mid-season and comes in a big way and is pivotal in turning the story around.
Whoa, is that Wonder Woman? She's not got much clothes on, has she? Do you like my new shoes? They're kind of... Well, I don't know, I just like them. My mum likes them. And I like them. We both like them. I can fight the wind. I can push the wind away. You have to be like sly and like never trusting anyone and kind of really like on the ball.
We're all working from home. And for the most part, when it comes to the pre-production, the script writing, the storyboards, design work, we've successfully transitioned to working at home. It's, not quite as much fun to not be in the office and have everyone together, but we're doing it. That's not a problem. The thing that's been tough, as these guys have indicated, is voice recording, where we used to record everyone together as much as possible in a room for the first 3 seasons. Every once in a while, there was someone who couldn't make a session, and we had to pick up later. But for the most part, we bring everyone together, at least in small groups, if not the whole cast. And that obviously has changed. Everyone is mostly recording one at a time from their closets
or their son's lower bunk bed that has like sheets and pillows, and yeah, it's interesting.
Next up, we have a special musical performance by Grammy-nominated multi-platinum recording artist Chris Daughtry. Inspired by the Man of Steel himself, the song was the lead single from Daughtry's 2013 album, Baptized. And we're so glad to have him here to perform this today. This is Waiting for Superman.
This is called Waiting for Superman.
Yeah.
do a peace sign. Pew! Hey, what's up, everybody? Chris Daughtry here again. Hope you guys are digging DC Fandome. Please check out our live from home version of our latest single, World on Fire. Hope you dig it.
I just love how the DC fandom is connecting fans from across the globe. We are all so different, but today we all have one thing in common, our love for DC superheroes. Okay, turning things over to Clara. Clara, take it away.
Thanks, Damian. It's Clara here from the UK, and it is great to be here with all of you, and what an amazing show so far. Are you guys having fun? I know you are, but do make sure you tweet us using the hashtag DCFandom and let us know how we're doing. Now, when I think about our beloved DC superheroes, I think about how inspirational they all are. I'm talking Superman, Wonder Woman, all of them I love. Look, you can see they always put a massive smile on my face.
Now let's get this party started!
There are so few surprises left in the universe.
This is gonna hurt.
The world is full of monsters, and the only way to defeat them is to become one yourself.
Oh, I love it! The chaos is so invigorating!
Now, we should have known those guys wouldn't take a day off from all the mischief and all the mayhem. And let's just be honest, no one loves the spotlight more than a DC supervillain. So it looks like it's time for the Hall of Heroes to become the Hall of Villains. And personally, I'm all for it because DC has got the best, the Joker, who has undergone many iterations since his debut in 1940. And although I wouldn't want him plotting against me, I have to say, his choice in lipstick is pretty much perfect. So let's put a smile on our faces and have an in-depth look at one of the best baddies ever. Here's the Joker.
You can call me Joker.
The Joker is the greatest supervillain ever created.
I was a fan of the comic books, and particularly of the Joker.
Biblical time, David and Goliath to Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty. I thought the stronger the villain, the stronger the hero. The Joker sprang into mind because cards were a big part of my family.
It is that carnival mask of a clown that hides the horror lurking just below the surface.
The Joker is a horrific version of Batman. Whereas Batman scares criminals, Joker scares the ordinary people.
In the 1950s, you have a censorship movement which leads to the Comics Code Authority, which really is why all characters in the 1950s get goofy and weird.
The writers and artists of the era felt very restricted. It was a dark time for America. There was an urgent need for heroes.
1966's Batman became a pop art campy comedy. Cesar Romero's playful, prank-loving Joker stole the show. As culture took a turn for the revolutionary, writer Denny O'Neil introduced the idea that the Joker was truly insane.
We undid 15, 20 years of lousy comics code. So you got a tremendous amount of experimenting.
It left the way for people like me, Alan Moore, to do stories that were beyond the understanding of an 8-year-old.
Batman, the Killing Joke, showed us how deep the Joker's depravity could go.
It's basically a horror story. The Killing Joke was the first time that anybody really started taking him deadly serious.
It's epic. It's Joker's magnum opus.
The Joker stories of the 1980s set the stage for a Joker that would twist the theatrical, colorful with the violence and insanity.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker, that was just everybody's first choice. It goes beyond your expectations just because he's so good.
Even in my own life, people have said, but sometimes Jack relax with the humor. Oh, I got a live one here. This does not apply to the Joker.
Gotham City was brought to younger audiences in 1992 when Batman, the animated series, debuted on Fox Kids.
One of the things that informs the Joker is his laugh. His laugh should be like a musical instrument. It should illustrate his mood.
We struck a nice balance between the clown and the killer and really made him a scary character.
Filmmaker Christopher Nolan elevated the comic book film. The gritty, realistic Batman of this Gotham City called for a villain who could challenge him in a way no one else could. From the outset, the choice was clear.
And to me, it was creating a sort of psychologically credible anarchist, a purposeless criminal, a psychopath. To me, that is the most frightening form of evil.
It's somebody without any rules whatsoever. Somebody whose motive is just pure destruction.
Without Batman, I'm not sure that the Joker would exist in the way that he does in our movie.
You complete
Joker is one of those rare opportunities you get to reinterpret, bring back to life some character that provides some counterpoint to the good of the world.
The trick was to be incredibly respectful, yet at the same time, reinvent the Joker.
Audiences were in for a laugh when comedian Zach Galifianakis voiced the clown prince of crime, bringing his own brand of humor to the role and new meaning to the words, "You complete me."
They do depend on each other. And what would happen if they both took a step back and understood that to be the situation?
I hate you.
Oh, that's nice. Me too.
The Joker had been taken in brave new directions, but there was still room to push the character even further.
I have never really thought about doing a comic book movie. For me, it was more about this idea of doing a film, but about somebody people have no idea who, what, where he came from.
It's a wonderful exploration to take probably the most famous villain. What happens if we humanize this person?
I think part of his transformation is finding his voice, finding Joker. And I think prior to the emergence of Joker, he's struggling with what it is that he wants to say, how he wants to say it.
Every kid loves this guy, and I particularly love just the name Joker. It's fantastic.
There's no definitive Joker. He will be reinterpreted long after I'm gone because he's just such a great character.
Who knew the Joker had such a rich history? But hang on a minute, of course you guys did. You're all the experts. Now, Jim Lee is an expert in all things DC. He is a world-renowned comic book artist, writer, editor, and publisher, and he's got his eye on some supervillain art. Take a look.
Hello, everyone. This is Jim Lee again. I'm here with Mohammed Haq, and we are going over his fabulous submissions to the DC Fandome. He is a big Batman fan, and he has a day job. So he does this spectacular artwork in his spare time. And I'm just going to kind of give him some feedback and hopefully kind of encourage him to keep pushing himself, as we should all push ourselves as we try to become and strive to become better artists. And you are here in the U.S.?
California, LA.
Okay, that's part of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's all good. All right, so you're super close because I'm in LA too. First off, let me just say thank you very much for submitting your work to DC Fandome. I loved all your single piece illustrations. Is this something that you're doing now professionally? Can you talk a little bit about your work, and do you do panel-to-panel work too, or is it all just single images, covers, that kind of thing?
I pretty much draw or paint digitally for fun, as a hobby. I'm a creative director. I work on figures, collectible figures, pretty much art directing or doing concepts.
It seems like some of these are like almost like poster images. Walk me through like this one. Like
Mr. Freeze is such a cool character. I seen artists draw his costume to be very simple, but I want to see him in more of a armor type, even more of an armor type design.
And then even as you're doing this, are you imagining it in color, even though this is a black and white or tonal drawing?
No, actually, when I draw, I don't think in color at all. I just draw a sketch, and once I'm done, if I feel like, you know what, I could add some color to it, then I'll add some color to it.
The reason why I asked you if thought in color as you did this is because in my head, I'm seeing this in color, right? I'm seeing like this as a pencil drawing and create the light source using color. I love the tonal graduations, but maybe if there was if the light source are here, like coming out of this gun, what happens to this part of the figure with a stronger light source there, right? This part here, like, suggests to me like you were on this path of, hey, there's light up here, and it's casting the shadow of this torso on this kind of pelvic area. If it were brighter here, and then here, just in general, like on this side,
right,
and then darker. Maybe that arm, like.
Totally.
What inspired this?
The first issue of Deceased.
Are there other things could have done to maybe bring the focus up here where, it starts getting like more out of focus at the bottom, like a little more painterly? It's just something to think about. I just think your use of color and textures, creating that glistening kind of gum line, it's really, really well done. But again, what happens if it gets a little darker around the fringes?
No, I get what you're saying.
Right. So
we're focusing on the eye right now, right?
Yeah.
So focused, you're not sure what you're looking at.
What happens if you play around with that you know, I'm trying to have like that light streaming off to the side, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Just like make certain things pop and kind of play around with the contrast, the values of your colors, right? Push it more to the extremes. You're really super solid in this middle ground. What happens if you push the extremes of light and dark to the image? So things to think about as you do it, but really, really solid piece. So this Joker piece, same thing with Mr. Freeze. You've got the lettering in here. I feel like you started and then kind of stopped. You were in there, maybe you were gonna go all the way to the top, and then you're like, I've said my piece. I know what would look like. Generally, you should use it as a real part of the composition, right? Even though it's lettering, right? And what kind of shape it occupies, and it just kind of fits naturally in the same kind of space. You know, kind of creates this squared composition, and I kind of wonder if you know, you have something like that, and then maybe the you know, all that, maybe it falls in like a big ha, you know, or something, right? Where all the lettering,
or it creates the bat symbol or something like
that. Or even like a shat, or even his shadow, right?
Right.
Like if he's uplit, and then in the coloring of it, the lettering would be darker, and that's how you would see that shadow. Just something to think about. You know, I think because if you're going to add the lettering, I feel like, you know, once you start, you got to think it through and say, okay, what am I doing with the lettering? What role does it play in the composition? What kind of extra thing does it give? What does it unlock? And I think it unlocks a lot. I'll just end with this one. I think this is my favorite piece. I get a Frank Quitely vibe from it, but I also love the way you did the coloring, and I think you did push it on this one. Like the that thin white highlight on the edge is just perfect. You know, it really picks it up, and you know, it's not monochromatic, but you have a red kind of light across all of it. And that's the kind of stuff I love. You know, it's not about local color. It's about colors interacting with the light that's on them. And I think you just really nailed it. And the expression, and even, again, the subtlety of her, you know, kind of her hand gesture, I think you really sold it in this one. And that's why, you know, that also really works for me as well, right? You know, Mom, I want to thank you for sharing your talent with us. You know, I looked through all the submissions, and I picked my 5 favorite, and your work really stood out to me as something really unique and special. And I hope that you do more of it beyond just, you know, as
a hobby
for fun. I think there's a lot of great potential there, and just little things like would elevate it to like the next level up. And just ask that you think about it, maybe challenge yourself next time you sit down and draw.
No, I really appreciate it, Jim. I really do. It means a lot. I'll say I'm self-taught drawing and coloring, all that, but it's your work that actually helped me get where I am right now when it comes to drawing.
Awesome. So, thank you very much. It's very flattering. Yeah.
Those art submissions were scary good. Now, from the page to the screen, actors and artists bring these DC supervillains to life, and in real life, cosplayers do the same thing. Wow, seeing those incredible costumes makes me realise that I really need to step up my game this Halloween.
Ciao dall'Italia, mi chiamo Andrea De Logo. It's great to be here with all of you in DC Fandome, the ultimate destination for all of us who can never get enough DC. And now, there is even more to love with the new comic series from Milestone. Take a look.
Hello and welcome to DC Fandome and this Milestone Media panel. My name is Mark Bernardin. I've written on TV shows like Castle Rock and Carnival Row and Star Trek Picard, and I co-host a podcast named Fat Man Beyond and another one named Battlestar Galactica. And I've even written comics, including a short run on Static Shock. But today we're talking about the history of Milestone, as well as taking a glimpse into the future the publishing initiative started in 1993 by Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cowan, Michael Davis, and Derek T. Dingle to challenge the status quo, how superhero stories were being told, as well as the ones who got to tell them. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff in the next few minutes, but before we do that, let's introduce our panelists. We got Reggie Hudlin, Milestone Media, Dennis Cowan, co-founder of Milestone Media, Jim Lee, chief creative officer and publisher of DC Comics, and Phil Lamar, the voice of everybody under the sun, including Virgil Hawkins, Static Shock. Hey, fellas, how are you?
Great.
We're good. Well, thank you for taking the time to talk about this. I mean, it's near and dear to my heart, and I assume it's near and dear to yours. Dennis, can you tell me a little bit about the early days at Milestone?
It actually started at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't remember the year. It's probably like 1990 or something. I'm at Comic-Con. And the idea of doing black superheroes or doing a group of black superheroes was something that was on my mind a lot. So I called my friend Michael Davis, who happened to be at the con. And I said, meet me downstairs in the lobby. I mean, we walk around the whole convention, the whole convention area, and I'm pitching him my idea about doing a black comic book company. And Michael said, you crazy, man. Ain't nobody gonna do no black comic book company. No, it could work. It could be a black comic company. So he says, okay, well, who else do you want in? I said, let's call Dwayne. Dwayne McDuffie happened to be at that convention. So I called Dwayne. He met us downstairs in the lobby. The three of us walked around the same block. Serious. And Dwayne, at the end of this long walk, which he didn't want to take, I said, so what do you think? And he said, you're crazy. Nobody's going to do a black comic company. So I'm in. So, that's what he said. We knew how to write and draw comic books. Dwayne and I have worked on Deathlock and, various projects at Marvel, but mostly Deathlock. So he knew how to do that. Well, we didn't know about business, but I knew a business guy. It's my friend Derek Dingle that I knew since third grade. He worked at Black Enterprise in management and stuff, so he must know about business. And he wore a tie. So, it's the truth. So we called Derek, who said we were crazy, but he was in because he's my friend. And that's really how it started. The best thing about Dwayne's involvement early on, when my idea was to do a black comic book company full of black characters, and if black people bought it, great. His idea was to expand that, to make it inclusive to a lot of marginalized people who are underrepresented in comics. He took my idea and just, boom, blew it up to a much bigger tent than it originally was. It expanded our universe and it set us on a path that, we're still following now.
Reggie, talk a little bit about Dwayne McDuffie. I mean, he was one of comics' greatest storytellers, and a gift he would take to animation as well. But talk about, his legacy a bit and his influence and impact on the vision and goals of Milestone.
Well, I mean, first, I want to tell my meeting Milestone story from the outside, which is, I met Dennis, and he was, one of the first comic book professionals I met who was actually my friend. And he would take me to Comic-Cons, like he took me to San Diego for the first time. He took me to New York Comic Convention. I didn't know anyone. I'd never been to one. They didn't have comic conventions in St. Louis, where I grew up. So I was just new with all this and very excited. So when they started Milestone, I was excited because I was like, oh, this is a great idea. It's like United Artists. It's like all the, most talented black folk in the industry coming together to start their own thing. And at the time, when you looked at Def Jam that was happening in music, I mean, you saw that same idea being expressed in a lot of different places. The 70s was like black people getting free, and 80s was time for black folks to flex. So it was great that the black folks in the comic industry were flexing. So they invited me to come by their office. And I remember sitting around their desk and talking to Dennis and Dwayne, and these are folks who I was fans of. I remember reading their Deathlock book and like, oh man, you guys killed it on Deathlock. And they were starting their own company, and they were talking about how they would get phone calls from Clarence Thomas, who was a fan of their character Icon. And I was like, what? And like, yeah, we thought it was a prank call. And then we called back, and then they said Supreme Court. And they're like, what? And so it was just a really beautiful idea. But more importantly, they created beautiful characters that would stand the test of time. And for me, coming from the movie business, and we were, fighting our way through, me with House Party and Spike and John Singleton, we're all fighting to make a way. So when I saw these guys fighting to make a way in comics, I was like, yeah, do it. And then they were like, well, Reggie, why don't you come with us? I was like, look, I'm just figuring out this movie thing. I'm a little, maybe I should figure out my day job before I start doing stuff on the side. So I stupidly passed on a chance to join Milestone from the beginning. But what they did was amazing, amazing work.
We did ask him to join us. Like it was all official and everything. And we kind of tried to pressure him into doing it, and he had to beg off and stuff. But I asked him 25 years later if he could do it just to see if he had changed his mind. And he had.
You want to buy this Apple stock? Nah, man. I'm leveraged.
I don't want this Tesla stock. Who's going to buy electric?
Why you want a phone? There's no wire to it.
Jim, you were across the street starting up Wildstorm at the time, right?
Yeah, well, a part of Image Comics. It was right around the same time, I think like 92, 93, right?
Yeah.
And it was like a West Side Story, actually. Like, wait, those guys are starting up an imprint? Wait, no. We're starting up an imprint. And actually, it was a lot of the same kind of thinking, right? It's like we're a bunch of artists. It was United Artists, right? It was 6-7 artists that worked at Marvel that basically said, look, we don't want to work for the company more. We'll take our, we want to kind of grab destiny by our own hands. And we had the same realization. We have no business experience or skills, but we didn't go to a guy like Derek. We just did it without a business guy. So that was kind of the two different paths that we took initially. But I remember that first Comic-Con when they announced Milestone. They threw a party, and there were no parties at Comic-Con back in the day, right? It was like you just wandered around trying to find like open hotel rooms where people had like, case of beers, and you just kind of hang out. And they actually threw a party at a club, and I'm like, who do these guys think they are? Like, and they were all like dressed up in suits and stuff. I'm like, what's wrong with our tie-dye jeans and our mullets, and what's going on? You trying to show us up? It was really interesting. Looking back on it, they were incredible. Like, look, they were thinking beyond just the world of publishing and comics. They wanted to present something that was bigger than that. And they had a very different take on it. And so, yeah, I think I was kind of jealous of the fact that they had style and panache. And, we were just drawing big characters like grimacing and jumping out. So, but that was a really magical time because there was a lot of electricity, a lot of like creativity. And Dwayne was a guy that took a lot of chances creatively with his work. I remember the stuff he did with Epic, Shadowrun. I did some work there just because I liked what he was doing there. And so it was a really great kind of golden era for people going out and doing stuff that was new.
That first Comic-Con when we had that party, Jim is being a little bit disingenuous here because what they did, Image guys introduced us to the public. Remember that. But there's photos of it. The Image crew with us, we're all in suits, but the Image guys didn't have no suits on. And they're presenting.
We're lucky to have a shirt on, honestly. That's the truth. That's a separate panel, but that's the truth.
No. I remember thinking we chose the suits and all that.
Yeah.
Because we thought, okay, the Image guys and everything was Image. They could wear T-shirts and stuff because they're white dudes. They could do it on the
mostly, yeah.
Right? We're going to have to try extra hard to be taken half as seriously. Yeah. So that's why we wore the suits and stuff. None of us.
You guys had passes. It was exclusive. You couldn't just come in and walk in. You actually had to. It was like What? It's cool. Way ahead of its time, both conceptually, creatively, and marketing-wise, for sure.
That's just brothers at a club.
Showtime at the Apollo. Phil, how aware were you of Milestone before you took on the role of Virgil Hawkins in the Emmy-winning, Humanitas Prize-winning Static Shock animated series?
Actually, and it's sort of embarrassing, I was not real. I mean, I knew about it because I was a comic book head from way back. The early 90s, I was just out of college trying to make, my bones as an actor. So I didn't have the money to be buying new comics. I was still reading all my old 20-cent stuff. So I didn't hear about Milestone until after it was launched. And it was like, oh, wait, what? That one day you got an extra $5 in your pocket. Let me go to my local shop. Because, of course, there wasn't the internet. So you didn't have access to information. And I didn't have no subscription to Wizard or nothing. Because, I was trying to date. See, people forget. There was a time when being a nerd was not cool.
Absolutely.
Crucial.
Right?
Crucial.
So I saw it on the shelves, but I didn't know the story behind it. It's like, ooh, those are characters of color. That's different. This is a cool new look. I've never seen anything like this.
Coming to it from the outside, as you did, who was Virgil to you? Like, what made him special?
To me, Virgil was what I had always wished for as a comic book kid growing up. Black Spider-Man. Because you read those stories, and obviously, a good story can make you live it, feel it. It doesn't have to look like you. But when it does, it resonates on a whole other level. And for me, the issues of Static, it was so real world. The texture of those stories was so much more removed from the old 1930s. We are exhibiting the world. It felt like a comic book drawn by somebody who lived in a building that I could go into. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So that to me was the big difference. It touched on the archetypes that I, as a old school comic book fan, loved and honored, but it also touched on my life as a Black man in the real world. Like, I've never had these two things come together before.
All right, we got a fan question here from Aaron M. Specifically, I think for you, Reggie. Is there any discussion about bringing the Milestone characters to the big or small screens? What's new and what's upcoming in the multimedia front?
Well, one of the things we're really excited about is, we really want to live up to the name of the company, Milestone Media. So when we, spoke with Jim about reviving the Milestone line, we said, look, we all know that this, has been, hit comic books and a hit animated series. It's time to expand back into all those areas and then some. So we're in serious conversations about, as we're launching the comic book series, developing a Static Shock movie. That'll be a theatrical feature film. What we're talking about is unbelievable. We're also talking to all the other divisions of Warner's. For example, the animation department. They make those amazing animated feature films for home entertainment. And we're talking about doing one of those feature films, involving the Milestone characters. We're also looking at new media like podcasts and, doing a series of stories that will be available on podcasts. So you know what? We will deliver Milestone Media wherever you are, on whatever platform you want, whether you're a young kid, whether you're an adult, whether you're a teen, we'll find appropriate stories and get them to wherever you want to consume them.
Well, I'm just saying, for that movie, talk to Scorsese for me, would you? Talk to Scorsese. They got the technology. I can play 14.
Or Static needs a dad.
Fantastic.
How can I get that shirt?
Do you have an extra? Because you gave it to me. What, 25 years ago or something?
Yeah, we're talking about everything and everything and anything under the sun, even YA content, right? This is something that we couldn't envision decades ago, but it's a critical part of the audience, underserved by us, historically. Having YA content out there for the first time would be very exciting. And obviously, all the other stuff, the merch, the T-shirts, we'll get Phil a new T-shirt after all these years. I feel bad you've been wearing the same one for 20 years.
It still fits. That's the beauty. What's great is working with Jim, who's had so much success, at Wildstorm, at DC, who really understands the importance of what Milestone means and has been supportive at every part of the process. And we were very excited about the future of Static Shock, Icon and Rocket, so many great characters that we feel will exist on all kinds of screens.
Jim, here's another fan question, this time from Daniel Perez. Do you have any future plans to officially distribute the original Milestone titles?
Yeah, I think we've part of this panel is to share those plans. Right now, we're looking at a February of 21 relaunch for the line, and Reggie's going to speak to that a little bit, as well as Dennis. But as far as the back catalog, every single month leading up to February, we're going to release more of the backlist catalog out through our digital partners like Comixology and Apple and Google Play. Check it out. It's super exciting, and we'll see you in February.
Dennis, we had a fan question here from Owen Seiler. Will we ever get to see another Static Shock comic again?
Yes, we will absolutely get to see another Static Shock comic book again. Static is the first name everyone mentions anytime there's a Milestone meeting. I want to talk about hardware and everything else. Everyone else wants to talk about Static and what we can do. So that was for Reggie. So yeah, as far as Static Shock's concerned, we're very excited about Static. There's the original OGN, the graphic novel by Reggie Hudlin and Kyle Baker, which we're very excited about. But there's also a digital first Static Shock series that's coming out in February. It'll be available digitally first by an artist that we can't name yet, but we're very excited. If we could get him, we'll be so excited. And, Reggie's doing excellent scripts. He's also really outlining a lot of what's going on in our series. So the Static Shock series is going to have a lot of input from Reggie. So the short answer is yes, there's going to be more Static Shock comics. In fact, probably more Static Shock comics than even I was prepared for.
Reggie, can you talk a little bit more about what else is in store for Milestone?
Well, it's funny because, everyone has their favorites and, Dennis is like, hardware, man, we're not respecting hardware. And I love hardware. I love it all. It's funny because in some of the early years, Dwayne McDuffie was like, Reggie, we really need you to write Static. And I'm like, I love Static, but who I love the most, Icon and Rocket. Those are my favorites. I love those characters so much. It's such a unique concept. This man who's actually a 300-year-old alien who's here on Earth, who ends up partnering with a 14-year-old girl from the hood. They end up fighting crime together. Not as sidekicks, as partners. I got to tell you, the stories that I'm writing and that Dennis Cowan is drawing are unbelievable. I love looking at the scanner when Dennis's pages come in, and you're like, oh, you made that look cool. Oh, so it's always fun for us to work together, and it's great to do it on characters I love so much.
Working on that was a trip. The first artist we got fell a little bit behind, so I came in and took on a story arc for Icon and Rocket. Very casually, like, yeah, I could do Icon and Rocket, no problem. Then I realized, except for the covers, I had never drawn Icon and Rocket in like a story. I did the initial design. I did the first cover, right? 2 covers for Icon and Rocket. And aside from posters, never drew him again, really, in any kind of significant way. So now I found myself having to draw this character that I really didn't know how he moved and how he really worked. So I had to figure all that out and pretend like I had it in the bag the whole time.
Never let him see you sweat.
But I was sweating that whole job. Icon and Rocket. Why they got me on Icon and Rocket? Where's hardware?
So to recap, a cool Static Shock OGN by Reggie and Kyle Baker, a new ongoing Static digital first comic, an Icon and Rocket comic written by Reggie and drawn by Dennis Cowan. Absolutely no hardware. But also new content. We're talking about new characters being introduced, and we'll see you in February.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have toys now.
Listen, gentlemen, I could not be more excited about the future of Milestone. And I'm so glad you asked me to marry a panel where I get to get all of this new information. I heard it first. But listen, thank you so much to everybody who showed up today. Thank you to Reggie Hudlin, to Dennis Cowan, to Jim Lee, to Phil Lamar, and thank you to the fans who have been stoking the flames and the fires for more Milestone for decades. So thank you so much to everybody. Be good. Get on set.
Mark. Thank you, Mark, for corralling all this.
Mark. These are the best horses to have to corral.
Indeed.
I can wait to see what DC has in store for Static Shock and the rest of the Milestone crew when it returns in February 2021. And now it's time for a little Ask and Tell. We have got more questions from our DC fans. Check it out.
Looking at the metaphor behind these characters, and I can speak especially for Vic, when it comes to mental health and mental illness, the facade in which a lot of us have just as human beings, and this facade that we put on, kind of, letting everyone believe that we are okay. And I kind of see that as the superhero. I see that as Cyborg. I see that as, the cover up that we all have as humans, period, to be able to essentially hide behind what we really are. And season 2 is testament to when Vic goes out to try and work on himself and essentially tackle this PTSD and this mental health, he has to, physically, literally come back and take away and remove Cyborg in order to access Vic and word 2, even having to turn off Grid to be able to access that point of himself. And I feel like that's testament to us as human beings. Just kind of generally, we all have this thing in which we have this facade in which, when someone asks us, are you okay? And really you're not, but you say that anyway. The superhero that we try to put in front of the real version of us and everything that holds, the real meaning of what it means to be a human, which is all of this craziness in which we experience.
Did you know that we receive over 28,000 questions from all over the world for DC Fandome? We love our fans. And while we couldn't answer all of them, we sure did try to answer as many as possible.
My question is for Breck, and I'd like to ask, what was your first initial reaction seeing the Stargirl suit for the first time? How cool was it?
The first time I ever put on my super suit, it was so empowering. Just like my posture changed. It was the first time I truly felt like Stargirl.
2 words your tried and true fan have been chanting. Snyder, cut. Coming up next, don't miss the latest intel surrounding the Snyder Cut's much anticipated release, direct from Zack Snyder himself. Like you, I'm quickly becoming a big fan of this virtual universe. It's not only a great way to connect with other fans around the world, it's also a great escape from reality. And I think we can all agree that movies are one of the greatest escape of all time. Revoicing's film make it possible for characters on screen to speak to audiences across the globe in a way that is unique to them. Capisci quello che dico? Okay, listen up and let's meet the many voices beyond the cowl.
Commissioner Gordon!
What is it, O'Hara?
We just got a report. All the C-grade villains have broken into the energy plant. What are we gonna do, sir?
The only thing we ever do, flip the switch to the bat signal.
Salut, Freeze. Je suis Batman.
Escucha, soy Batman.
Hi, Bruce Wayne.
Cualquiera puede ser un héroe, también un hombre que hace algo tan simple como calmar y ponerle un abrigo en los hombros a un niño y después decirle que no era el fin del mundo.
Sir, aren't you forgetting something?
Nope.
Your cowl.
My what now?
Your armored face disguise.
Fine.
Hi, everyone. Will Arnett here. I'm here to talk to you about two of the most powerful words in the English language. I'm Batman.
Batman? Whoa!
You're darn right, whoa.
Wow. I still get chills every time I say that. But you see, here's the thing. Batman doesn't just speak English.
Soy Batman. Je suis Batman.
Ich bin Batman.
Now, Batman.
Batman speaks dozens and dozens and dozens of other languages thanks to voice actors from all over the world who have been dubbing Batman's voice ever since he first appeared on screen.
Tu n'es pas la seule à savoir tendre des pièges, ô Vénus.
Lo siento, mi oído de murciélago debe de estar fallándome.
That means in their countries, they are Batman.
Don't kill me, man!
Je ne vais pas te tuer. Tu vas me rendre un service. Fais ma publicité auprès de tes amis.
What are you?
Je suis Batman.
So let's meet some of these amazing actors from all over the world who, with their deep, dark voices, have been striking fear in the hearts of bad guys everywhere.
So the first time I was voice acting was at the age of 9 years old. It was the 3rd grade in school.
Someone suggested me that you have got a good language command, you have got a decent voice, so why don't you try voice acting? So I said, okay, let me give it a shot.
Você pensava palco, com luz, com plateia, então aquilo ali era completamente o inverso do que eu estava pensando, assim. Mas eu fui parar na dublagem 4 anos depois.
El aspecto más retador en doblaje para mí es hacerle creer al espectador que los personajes, los actores están hablando en español.
Every language has a tonality, a different way of taking pauses, speaking, speed. So there are a lot of things that come into the picture.
You have to concentrate all the emotions, all the things that happens while doing the scene.
As a voice actor, I didn't have to transform my body, but I have to find what is the best to serve what's on the screen.
Di quell'attore straniero, se tu fai appena meno di quello che fa lui, non si incolla, non ci sta.
Et puis, je trouve que ce qui est difficile, c'est le rythme, c'est vraiment réussir à garder un naturel en se calquant sur le rythme d'un autre.
Poder interpretar o reinterpretar, que es lo que hacemos en doblaje, a todos estos personajes icónicos que existen en nuestras vidas.
Tanto de caricaturas, de series de televisión, comedia, y tienes movimiento muy ágil porque de repente te toca hacer un doblaje de un personaje, de un superhéroe, como en el caso de Batman.
Batman é um personagem universal, né? Se você botar aquele símbolo do Batman em qualquer lugar do mundo, do universo, todo mundo vai saber o que é, né?
What appeals to me and a lot of Batman fans over the world is that the fact that Batman has a very dark side.
Batman is much deeper, he's darker. It stays a mystery all the time.
Who is this guy?
I don't know.
I always loved this rich guy who put his fortune for the justice. I always loved that.
Utilizar todo eso a favor de la justicia. Eso me parecía el personaje con el que yo más identificado me sentía.
Il mio rapporto con Batman in gioventù è stata una cosa fantastica perché io vivevo con Batman, aspettavo che arrivasse in edicola per andare a prenderlo e a leggerlo.
Para mí como niño explotó en la cabeza al ver en la televisión al señor que yo estaba leyendo acá, era algo mágico, fantástico.
C'est vrai que, bon bah voilà, c'est pas tous les jours qu'on nous offre à doubler un personnage de ce type-là.
They asked me, are you free next week? We have a new George Clooney film coming up. And I said, yeah, sure. And it said, oh, by the way, it's Batman. I said, wow, great.
Wherever you do, wherever you go, I'm watching you.
I'm insane.
मैंने तुम्हें गौतम के आर्खम पागल खाने में भेजने का इंतजाम किया है। वहां भी मेरे कुछ दोस्त हैं जिन्हें तुम्हारा इंतजार है।
I started doing individual characters. And one fine day, finally in around 2005, I got something for which
I'm being interviewed by you today. And I tasted a real flavor of fame after the release of the magnum opus named Batman. That was when I became a very big fan of Batman, and he teaches me a lot, I get to learn so many things. The best part, our voice acting, if I'm doing for such a big project and big actor, such a huge personality, I have to just be closer to him, as close as possible. The subtlety and organic performance which they give in Hollywood, you have to be exactly the same note. You don't have to be more melodramatic. And once you see the scene, you just have to copy him. And if you are successful in that, it's done. When the guy played my recording, I had a goosebumps. It was unbelievable. I said, is it my voice? And I was happy. I was convinced that I've done a good job.
Bruce Wayne es un playboy millonario, debe ser la voz de alguien que, por ejemplo, si una señorita se lo encuentra en una fiesta, se sienta seducida por él.
Bruce Wayne wear a bigger mask for me than the Batman. So this voice, this animal voice, is the real character for me. So I found it more difficult to adapt the Bruce Wayne than Batman.
Salve, Bruce Wayne, miliardario, giramondo, viveur, playboy, scapolo d'oro di Gotham per tipo 90 anni di fila.
I know who you are, Mr. Wayne.
Non ne dubito.
He has to adapt to the society. He has to adapt to the people surrounding him. Batman can act absolutely alone.
É tipo assim, eu sou Bruce Wayne. Eu sou Batman.
Il pubblico è molto attratto dalla voce di Batman, soprattutto qui in Italia. Mi lascia col fiato sospeso.
Batman's voice is is as important as his physicality, if not more, actually, because you don't get the humor by watching just the costume.
Batman is a mystery, and like I said, he is God. He's a human, and he's also an angel.
Joe Chill. तुम वही कायर हो जिसने मार्था और थॉमस वेन का खून किया था.
That was a lifetime ago.
हाँ, मेरी उम्र. तुमने कुछ नहीं सोचा, बस बेरहमी से उन्हें मार डाला. चिल.
How do you know this? How could you possibly?
मैं जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने ये सब होते देखा. मैं ये जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैं उस आदमी का बेटा हूँ जिसे तुमने मार डाला. मैं हूँ ब्रूस वेन.
Lo más desafiante cuando doblé el Batman de Christian Bale eran las escenas donde él gritaba y se enojaba mucho.
The way Christopher Nolan wrote his movies, design a Batman much more real and much more complex, and he show all the complexity of the character.
The character of Christian Bale was struggling to become this guy, and this guy in the movie.
Ele é um bom ator, um excelente ator, né? Ele se dedica muito aos personagens que ele faz. Eu acho que é isso que marca, né? Eu acho que é o estilo único que é dele, né? E eu também sempre busquei o meu estilo na dublagem, né?
Un icono, ¿cómo habla? No habla como un ser humano. Entonces, la voz que creo y la voz que han aplicado los demás Batman, aparte de trabajarla yo desde el pecho y desde la garganta.
Keaton le dio una cualidad a la voz que fue, pero esta cosa de hacerlo diferente, ¿no? Para que no le reconocieran la voz ni siquiera a Bruce Wayne. Y el Batman de Affleck, lo que sucede es que tiene una cosa tecnológica, es un aparato que le cambia la voz para que no lo reconozcan. Entonces, lo que hice con eso fue bajar mi voz a todos los graves, mis más graves posibles.
Next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. The bat is dead. Bury it. Consider this mercy.
Mimi. तुम्हारा खून बहता है.
sangrarás.
The way he speaks and the way he interacts with other characters, he's always like so cool and so never gets nervous, or at least it seems.
Batman.
Yeah.
Why did you build this thing with only one seat?
Porque que yo sepa solo tengo un culo.
¿Pero qué? What have you done to Wayne Manor?
Fíjate si sería fan de los cómics, que yo con mis primeros sueldos de actor de doblaje, lo primero que hacía antes de llegar a casa era parar en un kiosco o en una tienda y comprar un cómic de Batman. Entonces para mí fue como, era el héroe de mi infancia, ¿no? Hay una cosa con la que yo conecté con Bruce Wayne, con Batman, que era su deseo de justicia. Es inherente al ser humano el deseo de justicia, ¿no? De luchar a favor del oprimido o de impartir justicia y de que las cosas se hagan bien, ¿no? De que los malos no se salgan siempre con la suya. Nosotros en el doblaje, para cada uno de los Batman, de Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, Will Arnett, todos los demás, lo que hacemos es meternos en el original. Ben Affleck es otra forma de hacer Batman, es un enorme que transmite otro tipo de sensaciones diferentes a la que transmite Christian Bale, que hizo una creación, desde luego, icónica, ¿no? Para el mundo del cine. Entonces, el modo de diferenciarlo es ser muy fiel al actor original, pero recuerdo ir al cine temblando como un niño. Fui yo solo, era como, necesito vivirlo, necesito meterme en la película, necesito supervisar cada detalle, pero yo soy muy perfeccionista.
Doppiare per un videogioco o doppiare un attore o comunque un cartone animato è molto diverso.
Le jeu vidéo, il y a beaucoup plus de travail à fournir, beaucoup plus de...
Lavoriamo sulla forma d'onda, per cui a quel punto ci dobbiamo assolutamente fidare della voce originale, in questo caso americana, e riprodurre esattamente quello che l'attore americano ha.
When I heard the voice of Kevin Conroy, it's the moment when you are in the studio and the first time you hear the voice, you see the character, something happens inside your body.
Superman ist hinter Gittern. Letztendlich führen ihn seine guten Absichten auf einen Pfad der Tyrannei und des Bösen. Und so wurde unser größter Held plötzlich unsere größte Bedrohung.
Ça demande beaucoup d'énergie le jeu vidéo parce que c'est très très longue journée. On est tout seul dans une petite cabine avec nos casques. On entend sa propre voix toute la journée.
You don't have the nuances that you have in a living character because the animation is always very kind of straight. There's no hesitation. It's jumping much more in your face. It's much more fun to do animations because you go to the extreme.
Do you want to talk about how you're feeling right now?
J'ai rien à dire sur les émotions, Alfred. Je n'en ai pas et je n'en ai jamais eu de ma vie.
Justiciero de la noche que lucha contra el crimen y una máquina de rapear heavy metal.
Io non provo nessuna emozione a parte la rabbia. H24, 12 mesi all'anno, a 1.000.000%.
And if you think that there's something behind that, then you're crazy. Good night, Alfred.
Sir, it's morning.
The Lego movie was one of the funniest experience of all my career. I never had so much fun in my life.
The screenplay and Will Arnett's talent brought back the humor that was present in the original TV series. That sort of tongue-in-cheek humor, lots of puns, lots of jokes.
This is really uncomfortable.
Sorry, my shoes are part of my pants.
La experiencia de doblar al Batman de Nolan, al Batman de Gran Aventura Lego 1 y 2, es muy diferente, pero la verdad la 1 y 2 es muy divertida. Entonces es como jugarlo más, tienes que sentirte un poco más libre, ¿no? De hacer tú también tu creación, sobre todo para el humor latino.
Primero, el trabajo que hizo Will Arnett es espectacular. Hacer siempre un Batman serio y poder hacer a un Batman que se ríe de Batman, que se ríe de sus miedos, de sus inseguridades, que se vuelve hasta un poco patoso, que no sabe cómo relacionarse con los demás.
Who are you here to see?
I'm here to see your butt.
Is that last name Bud, first name your, or is... Oh my gosh!
Y los Lego Batman fue como, vamos a reírnos, vamos a divertirnos. Fue eso, poder reírte hasta de ti mismo, ¿no? Fue liberador.
aver contribuito alla Batman Legacy mi riempie di gioia e mi riempie di orgoglio.
Il y a quelque chose de l'enfance là-dedans, quoi, de dire je suis pris pour faire Batman.
Batman was like going full circle from my childhood to my adult life.
Lo debo decir como lo siento y es un gran orgullo, es una de las cosas más bonitas que me han ocurrido a nivel profesional.
So Batman will be always close to my heart because Batman is one of the best characters in my life. I'm a bit emotional now.
Es maravilloso ser parte de este gran grupo del mundo DC y de DC Fandome el día de hoy. Yo creo que vamos a estar muy emocionados todos viendo a mis compañeros actores, viendo a todos.
What Warner Brothers is doing now, like getting us into the limelight where people come to know this is the voice of Batman from India, from different countries. This is the appreciation coming back to us. So I feel great.
Uma coisa que marca, você não deixa de ter dublado o personagem, né? As pessoas vão sempre lembrar de você como o Batman.
As an actor, I'm so grateful to have been in this adventure.
That was fun!
I'm Batman! Hey! That wasn't bad. With a little audio mixing and some luck, maybe they'll cast me as the Italian Robert Pattinson in the next film. What do you think? Coming up, we have another WB Games debut, and we are talking to Matt Reeves, director of The Batman.
The Brazilians are back in the house, and let me just say that you guys, I mean, the best, are the best. I love everything and incredible stuff. I can't wait to see more from these super talented fans.
Well, me too, Aline. Now, speaking of DC's fans, since 2017, you have been demanding the release of Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, of course. Your friends at HBO Max heard you and look for it in 2021.
I know, but I know. That probably feels like a long way off. So, right now, we're gonna check out this very exciting panel featuring Zack Snyder and some special guests, as well as some of the fans who helped bring this DC dream come to life.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's go. Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. It's awesome to be here at DC Fandome. This is amazing. It's been quite a journey with the DC fans, and I've had a great time bringing some of these beloved DC titles to the big screen. And the Justice League really is, for me, and in this format, an amazing crown jewel. As a community, you were able to make this thing happen, and we really appreciate it. We're going to shake it up a little bit for this panel, and I'm going to have some fans ask me questions. I'm going to ask some people questions. We're going to have a special guest, so let's get to it. We have some questions from fans read to us by some of the amazing cast of Justice League. Looks like next we have Batman, my Batman. Go ahead, man. What do you got?
I hope you guys are enjoying DC Fandome, and I'm really excited for you to get a chance to see Zach's ultimate version of Justice League on HBO Max next year.
Well, thank you, Ben. I'm excited for everyone to see the film as well. It's cool. What questions do you have?
Patrick Mendoza wants to know, who is your favorite superhero of all time? You know the answer to that, but go ahead and answer anyway.
I guess my favorite hero of all time, other than Batman, would have to be, sort of staying in the DC world as I do. It's got to be Dr. Manhattan, from Watchmen, I think. I don't know, for me, he's like this super cool quantum superhero whose time, space, reality, all those things are at his fingertips. So yeah, it's got to be Dr. Manhattan. That was awesome, Ben. Thank you so much. That was cool, and appreciate you stopping by. I think next, is it Superman?
Hello, everybody. My name is Henry Cavill, and I promise you that I am not in prison. This is just my place of work. I hope you're enjoying DC Fandome, and I have a fan question for Zack Snyder from Swapnil. As a storyteller, what is the dynamic between the Justice League that is important for you to present on the screen? Zack, over to you.
It's a great question, and thank you so much. I think the important thing for me to see as the Justice League comes together is this idea that, like, a lot of them basically are loners, right? You have Batman, lives in a cave. His only buddy is Alfred, really. You got Wonder Woman, who, after Steve's demise, she's been kind of keeping quiet. You have Flash, who's got these powers, but he's kind of alone in the world. And you have Cyborg, who, in a lot of ways, is not really happy about what's happened to him, this transformation. He's coming to terms with it. And then you have Aquaman, who also is this loner. And sort of thematically, them coming together and forming a family and finding in each other support. I think that's really what, in the end, drove me to want to see this happen, or see them come together. And I think that when you take all these different personalities and bring them together into a single cohesive group, it's a fun and awesome dynamic, but also there's a why of doing it. All right, let's see, who do we have next? Is it Cyborg?
Hey, Zach, what up, man? Ray Fisher here. You know I am super excited about the Snyder Cut getting dropped on HBO Max. And there's some folks who have a couple questions for you. The first question is coming from Eddie Gordon from the United States. And that question is, which character are you most excited to fully flesh out in your cut of Justice League?
Interesting that you should ask me that, because of course it's Cyborg. Cyborg is the heart of the movie. Cyborg is the thing that I think in the end holds the team together in a lot of ways. And excited to see, or for fans to see, just how that is realized on camera.
And the second question is coming in from Irfan Kam from the United Kingdom. And their question is, when you started writing Justice League, what thematic ideas were you most excited to tackle? Additionally, how much of a challenge was it to keep the tone mythological? I want to know too, so make sure you get up on those.
It's a great question. When Chris and I were talking about this movie, I think we're big fans of sort of the Joseph Campbellian, hero's journey, and also this notion that we would be creating a team. It's the Knights of the Round Table joining together in an epic adventure, and this is the call to action film that brings them, as a story, that brings them all together. And I think it is a mythological concept to begin with. So keeping it mythological, and especially when you think about it's Aquaman, it's Wonder Woman, Flash, Cyborg, and then Superman, you're really talking about a mythological group. you know. Okay, this is fun. Let's keep them coming. Who else? I think next is the Flash himself.
Mr. Maestro Zack Snyder, I mean, what other questions can we ask? I think we'd all like to know if we'll see more of the handsome and talented Ezra Miller in your cut.
I like the question, Ezra. No agenda at all. Very good. Of course, you're going to see tons more of the Flash. I have a huge love for the Flash and for Ezra Miller, as you know, especially when you call me at the last second and make me come work on your music videos in the desert. That's really kind of you. So, but yes, of course, Ezra. I think people are going to see a lot more of the Flash, and they're going to get to see a little bit more of his emotional arc. And I hope they enjoy it, because I enjoy seeing you, especially in this format. Okay, looks like we've got we've got something from Wonder Woman herself, Gal Gadot.
Zach, when you cast me in the role of Wonder Woman, I had no idea what an amazing ride I was in for. It's been life-changing to play this character, mostly because I've got to meet so many incredible fans around the world who love her like we do. Fans who I hope are all sharing this experience today, because it's all happening because of you. So to all the fans who asked for this cut, you obviously have your own superpowers, because just like the members of Justice League, you are stronger together. And you made this possible. So thank you. I love you.
Thanks, Gal. I can't wait for fans to see you in Wonder Woman 84, which is an amazing movie, and you are amazing in it. And Patty, of course, did an amazing job. So you guys are an awesome team, and people's minds are going to be blown when they see that. So thanks again. That was great. All right, let's see. Who do we have next?
Hi, Zach, and everybody in the Justice League crew. I have a question. So as somebody who is so very excited to get to see your vision of Justice League, and that you're finally getting this chance to really show us the film that was always intended, and one that we're all so super excited to see, I wanted to know, probably what everybody wants to know is, can you hint something that the world has never seen, that you have been so excited to let us all get a glimpse at, without too many spoilers?
Okay, how do I do this without giving too many spoilers? You're going to see something with Flash in this film I don't think that you've ever seen before. Something that has to do with his abilities, because you know he's a quantum character. He interacts with time and space, so you might see him do something that is timely. But awesome, Patty. Awesome question, and it's awesome to see you. All right, let's move along, shall we? And I think I want to ask some questions. So let's get some people on the line if we can. I'd like to get, there's some super fans we have standing by, I see. One of them is Fiona from China. She is dear to our hearts. She was one of the founding members of the Snyder Cut movement, and really instrumental in bringing it to all of us. So let's get her on the line and say hi to her.
Oh my God, Zach and his studio. It's like a dream come true.
I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
First off was, what about this movement and the Snyder Cut and the whole thing? What was the thing that got you to say, like, hey, you know what? I got to get involved with this.
After I saw Batman with Superman in theaters 4 years ago in China, I was blown away. After watching Justice League, it was immediately clear that many parts of the film were not consistent with your usual filmmaking style. So we are the fans. We knew that there was a real version of the film out there. We started asking for it. Why not? We started a petition, if you remember, that reached to 180K people signed. Then I think it's not enough. So I created a website called forsnydercut.com that allowed us to start doing some online and real-world events, such as Twitter trends, raising money for AFSP, letter writing, and phone calls to Warner Brothers. Now, here we are.
Awesome. Wow. And look what happened. You guys did it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
So did you really think it was going to happen though? When we really started to when it got closer?
It all started with hope and dream. So many movements, I think, never go beyond that. To actually achieve a dream, you need organization and selflessness. Then we have a team that who put a billboard in Times Square.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think you remember that.
Yeah, fantastic.
When you see all these people, when you fight alongside such talent and generous people, you know it's not possible. It's a certainty.
Yeah.
Even we had many obstacles, but we know we will win this.
Yeah, it's fun. I always thought it was funny that like the scale started to get bigger and bigger, and we would notice like, oh my gosh. And at first, remember, because it was like a bus stop in Comic-Con, and then a billboard in Times Square, and then on the anniversary of Justice League, and it just goes completely nuts, and everyone was like, okay.
It's like snowball, rolling with a big snowball.
Yeah, a giant snowball now, yeah. What was your favorite moment for you in the whole experience?
I think my answer to this question evolved. I started out because I admire you. I love you. I want to fight for you and your work. But as time passed, I became just much about fighting alongside my fellow community members. It's power from art, mostly. Power from your art. You empowered us.
Well, that's amazing and kind. And well, it's amazing to see you. And thank you so much for connecting with us. I can't wait to come to China.
Please come to China. I want to be your guide. So see you.
Yep. See you soon. Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah.
Okay. We have another call from Dexter, another amazing friend and another amazing fan who also was super important in the creation and cultivation of this movement. He's been around for a long time and really making this happen. So let's talk to Dexter. Dexter.
Hi. How are you, my friend?
Awesome. I'm glad you came. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you as well.
So I got you on the spot because I want to ask you a couple questions. So I guess the first question is, what are your initial thoughts? And where were you when you first heard about the Snyder Cut movement? Or how did it come on your radar?
Yeah, well, it was very early on. I'll tell you, right after the viewing of the theatrical edition, I went to the internet and I felt that I couldn't be the only one that felt a certain way. So after maybe a few weekends, I had a few chats with a few people, and it kind of fell into my lap, and I said, this is something that I can really get behind. And I did what I could in order to try to help, and here I am, multiple years later, still trying to be a forefront of this whole thing to help you guys out, and thankfully it's been a positive turn of events.
Yeah, like how crazy is it that, like I was saying the other day, I shot the movie in 2016. Like that's when I was on set shooting, and here we are in 2021, and well, coming up to, and that's when the movie's going to come out, and seems impossible.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So to that, when you started in this movement, did you think there was a chance that that they would do this?
That's a really great question. Early on, I had high hopes about it, and I think it was just because of my ignorance on how the industry worked. Toward a quarter into it, I kind of said, well, we're not really speaking their language. How can we get them to want to do this for us? I think that's the key, and what made it really happen is just the fact that they saw that there were so many people that really wanted to stand behind the artistry of it all, the artists, and the integrity of it. And here we are.
I always felt like when I was sort of observing this movement, in a lot of ways, for fans, the way the comic book calendar is set up, it'd be like, the anniversary of the release, or a Comic-Con, or Brazil Comic-Con, or New York Comic-Con, and you guys just always kind of using those events as like a springboard, because you're like, look, we got something to say. So it always felt like.
Yeah, it was tough coming up with those things at times. It really was. We would chat a lot of behind the scenes Zoom calls and phone calls and WhatsApp messages, really trying to come up with what can we do next? We're thinking about our next event. And then when you were to kind of give us a little hint or a little something to play along with, and it just really, really ignited us to continue on. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that for me was amazing. It was cool to have this kind of conversation with the fans where I could either, release an image or just say something. and just get this response that I could feel this kind of energy exchange that was really, really, really exciting. Do you have a favorite moment from this experience?
I think my favorite moment so far is getting the opportunity to fly out to your event in Pasadena. The Director's Cut weekend was such a memorable event for me and my sons, and something I will always cherish with me. And one of the other things I was just really, really excited to see, and this is just me, and I don't want to make things heavy, but just the opportunity to see the smile on yours and Debbie's face when it was official. It was just really heartwarming to me. And honestly, I did tear up a little bit. I will admit I teared up a little bit, but it's just because it was just a lot of work that paid off. And I'm just excited to see that you guys were really, really happy.
Well, I got to admit that we also, when we heard the news, we all got pretty emotional, and it's been an incredible journey. And for us, one of the amazing parts is that we were able to, interact with and be part of this fan community in an amazing way. And it's changed us and made us, really grateful for being able to have this dialogue and also, frankly, feeling the incredible support for the work that I get to experience, when we see these fan generated events and things that really have nothing to do with selling a movie or doing anything that has to do with commerce. It's really for love, and we feel it. And also the amazing charitable work that you guys, the amount of money you've raised for suicide prevention is just unbelievable. So again, thank you so much. We couldn't thank you enough. So Dexter, thanks.
Thank you so much. It's been our pleasure. We appreciate it.
It's cool to interact with the fans and get to talk about this journey that we've been on, because it has been something quite amazing. Maybe I should talk for a second about how you guys are going to see the movie and what format we're going to have it in. It's going to be in 4 parts, 1 hour each. So 4 hours of Justice League is coming your way. We're going to work on a way of bundling it together at the end so you can watch it as a single film if that's the way you want to experience it. Also, to all my international fans and everyone watching all over the world, don't worry if you don't have HBO Max, because we're working on a distribution plan, so I promise you're going to get a chance to see it. And if you guys haven't gotten your t-shirt yet, there's still hope. If you go to Ink to the People, you can get your associate producer shirt, and I want you guys, it all goes to a good cause, so please go grab a shirt if you can. I guess it's time to play the little teaser, because that's why you're really here, to see some footage from the movie, as I promised. So why don't we check that out? So here it is, Justice League.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the 4th, the 5th, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. Hallelujah. I did my best, it wasn't much. I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I've told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I'll stand before the Lord of Song with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah. Hallelujah.
guy's probably fought hundreds of thousands of other super beings on the other planets he's destroyed, right? And we have to assume he's won.
I don't care how many demons he's fought and how many hells. He's never fought us. Not us united.
Zack Snyder, man. Zack Snyder.
Amazing, and that's how we do it in the DC fandom.